commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Madlanga, I understand you're going to be the first cross-examiner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
General usephantsi kwesifungo ozawubuza ngoku umhlekazi uMadlanga.
General Phiyega, I want to start by making an example relating to a minister responsible for a department other than yours. Let us posit a situation where 3 out of the more than 20 universities in South Africa have a complete stoppage of tuition for a whole year. Would you say that the Minister of Higher Education would not be concerned at all about that?
Wenza lo mzekelo ke umhlekazi uMadlanga uba xa ngabakho iiyunivesithi ezininzi apha ziyeke ukufundisa kude kuphela unyaka kuzawuthathwa okokuba umphathiswa ophethe ezemfundo ayinakumkhathaza naloo nto.
I think he would be concerned.
Ewe uzawuphatheka kakubi.
Let's come closer home to the Minister of Police first. I want to get an idea of what the nature of the reporting, if any, that you do to the Minister of Police in the normal performance of your duties. Do you do any such reporting at all or not?
Ukhona i-report ozenzayo wena ke ngokwesiqhelo kuminister lo okuphethe?
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
I'm interested in the nature of those reports. On what sort of matters do you report to the minister?
Ureporta ke xa kwenzeke izinto ezinjani noma uhlobo lwezo report uzenzayo zezinjani?
I report to him as the political head of the environment that we are in.
Ndireporta kuye ke njengomntu ophethe kwezopolitiko kulo mhlaba ndisebenza kuwo.
Perhaps let me be more specific. Would you find it necessary to report to the minister killings of human beings that are of an unusually high scale? Would you find it necessary to report such killings?
Mandibeke ngolhlobo ke xa kungabakho abantu abasweleka ngobuninzi ngendlela engaqhelekanga kuza kuyireporta loo nto.
Let me remove from the equation all or every type of killing that happens throughout the country. My emphasis is on killings that are of an unusually high scale. Would you find it necessary to report that to the minister?
Andithethi nje ngokusweleka kwabantu apha kwilizwe ndithetha ngokusweleka kwabantu ngendlela mhlawumbe engaqhelekanga engavamisanga. Ngayireporta leyo nto kuminister?
Yes.
Ewe.
You must have seen visuals of the charred or bent bodies of the Lonmin security guards, did you?
Yeah, themba kuba wayibona imizimba lechisiweyo ye-security zakwa-Lonmin, njalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And from your evidence, and indeed even the content of the statements of other police officers, the killings kept escalating after the protest or strike action had commenced, not so?
Kunjalo kokuba kwachubeka kokuba kubekho abantu abaphulukana nobomi phaya na ngaphandle kwestatement wawuziva kumapolisa yachubekeka loo nto.
Yes.
Ewe.
And on the 13th of August, no less than 5 people were killed, including 2 police officers, correct?
Kude kube mhla ka-13 ku-August kwasekusweleka abantu abahlanu phakathi kwabo kukho amapolisa amabini, kunjalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
Within one or the same environment, that is the Marikana area and related to Lonmin Mine, wouldn't you say that this was an unusually high scale of killings within that small environment?
Akwesenzeka lento ke kwindawo enqinqi njengelonmin apha eMarikana bowungayiboni kuyinto engaqhelekanga lena.
I would say so.
Ewe kunjalo.
So you agree with me, I want to be sure.
I do agree that it was significant.
Ivumelana nawe kokuba hayi bekuyisehlakalo esingaqhelekanga esi.
Now take note that thus far I've taken you up to the 13th of August 2012, and you agree that as at that date the killings were of an unusually high scale.
Sephaya kwi-13 zika-August uthi fikeni kwalelo xesha nge-13 yasekuyinto ephazamisayo engaqhelekanga le.
And also take note that you have said that you would find it necessary to report killings of an unusually high scale to the minister.
Sithatha ke nentetho yakho kokuba xa kukho isehlakalo esinjengalesi ubuzasibika uripote kuminister.
As at 12 midnight on 13 August 2012, had you made any report to the minister about the killings at Marikana?
Ude kubethe ihora leshumi nambini ebusuku ngomhla ka-13 August kokwe wayenza ireport ingxelo kuminister.
Yes, I did in my normal reporting to him.
Ewe ndandiyenzile yo nto kwi-report yami eqhelekileyo.
When had you done this?
Wawukwenze nini oko?
I do say in my normal reporting to him, when incidences happen, I do inform him.
Xa kusenzeka izinto ezinjengezi ndiyamxelela ndimbikele ngezinto ezenzekayo.
What I'm interested to establish is whether you would have done this at a normal scheduled reporting, or did you specially seek the attention of the minister and make a report in this regard?
Umbuzo kokuba ubuwenza nje ingxelo ngesiqhelo ngendlela oripota ngayo noma wabona kunyanzelekile okokuba mawumxelele ngoko nangoko uminister ngalento.
I use a multiplicity of platforms to report to the media, to the minister.
Ndasebenzisa ke izindlela ezohlukile zokumbikela uminister.
Sorry, General, that is not answering my question.
Kakuyo mpendulo leyo general kumbuzo lento ubuzile.
Did you, once you became aware of this unusually high scale of killings, specially, and not in the normal course as you would ordinarily from time to time report to the minister, specially make a report relating to these killings at Marikana? That is what I'm asking. I'm not asking you about the means that you use in reporting to him.
Umhlekazi uMadlang uthi akabuza indlela okwaripotwa ngayo uthi usubonile okokuba kwenzeke esisehlakalo esingaqhelekanga kwezi zinsuku uye wenza na inzame zokuba umxelele ngoko nangoko ngaphandle kwezindlela ezovamisa uripota ngazo eziqhelekileyo.
Perhaps I should ask that you explain to me so that I can answer well, especially.
Mandibuze ke okokuba undinike incazelo okokuba xa uthetha special ukuba uchaza intoni apho.
Maybe I should ask you this question, General.
Mandibuze ngendlela lo mbuzo.
When you make the reports that you have said you make in the normal performance of your duties, the reports that you make to the minister, do you make them on an ad hoc basis, or do you have a schedule in terms of which you make them? Are they do they get scheduled? Quarterly, I make reports. Weekly, I make reports. Or are they ad hoc?
Mandibuze ngolo hlobo kuba ezi zingxelo uzenza ireport ozenzayo uzenza noma ngeliphi ixesha noma kukho amaxesha abeki okokuba uzakwenza ireport ngeviki noma mhlawumbe ngekota noma kanjani.
It is a combination of all the issues you've raised.
ngazo zonke ezindlela uthetha ngazo ngoko nangoko xa ngamaviki ngekota njalo njalo.
So it may be scheduled or it may be ad hoc. That is the reporting. Is that what you're saying?
Aphandle kwezingxelo eziqhelekileyo ezenziwa ngalawo maxesha xa kukho isehlakalo sithize senzekile uyasiripota naso ngoko nangoko.
As I've indicated, multiple means are used to report back.
Njengoba ndisenditshilo ukuba zininzi izindlela ekuripotwa ngazo.
Maybe what will take us forward, let me hear what those are. The multiple, I don't know, I'll just use means. Let's hear what those are.
Akusixelele wena okokuba zisetshenziswa ngoluphi uhlobo ezo zindlela.
One of those, in my statement, I mentioned that I phoned the minister.
Enye yazo njengoba nditshilo kwi-statement sam ndamtsalela uNceba uminister.
I also mentioned that we issued an internal communication
Sakhupha ke nengxelo yangaphakathi emsebenzini
which we gave to the Minister of International Affairs as well as our minister.
sayinikeza ku-Minister of International Affairs nawethu ke uminister wamapolisa.
I also, when we have forums to meet, use those forums to give feedback.
Noma ke kukho inhlanganiso ezithize abantu endihlangene nayo ndiyakwazi ukuba ndibaxelele ngezo zinto ezenzekile.
And at any given time, the situation that may be presenting may require any one or many of those platforms.
Kungenzeka okokuba kubekho isidingo sokuba kube khona ii-platforms ezinjengezo inhlangano ezinjengezo.
You mention, as part of what you are saying, making a telephone call to the minister, and in that regard you say that you do mention in your statement. What I see in your statement are references to 16 August 2012 in paragraphs 23 and 24. Is that what you are talking about when you say you made a telephone call to the minister?
Uthetha ngokuba wamtsalela uNceba uminister apha kwi-statement sakho ndibona phaya ku-paragraph 23 no 24 apha uthi wamfonela kodwa ke kungomhla ka-16 ku-August 2012.
I will start off by saying yes to those statements that I gave, but on a continuous basis, I talk to the minister.
Ndizawuthi ewe kwezo statement uthetha ngazo kodwa ke ndiphinde nje uba ndiyamtsalela noma nini uminister.
What I find confusing with that response, General, is that I emphasized a few questions back that thus far I'm only on the 13th of August 2012. Did you, and you have said, as at midnight on 13 August 2012, you had told the minister about the killings that had taken place at Marikana as at that date. Now what I want to establish from you is this. When you told the minister this, did you call him? Did you make a telephone call?
Ngicela ngalento uminister mthetha ngomhla ka-13 phaya usubona okokuba kwenzeka zinto ezehlakalo ezingaqhelekanga. Xa umxele uthetha naye wamxelela ngalento uminister.
Yes, I did phone him.
Ewe ndamfonela.
When was this, General? When did you make that telephone call? Let's not talk about other means now. When did you make that telephone call?
Singathethi ngezinye izindlela general masithethe ngale phone call okokuba wamfonela nini.
Alerting the minister to the killings that had taken place at Marikana as at 13 August 2012. When did you make that telephone call?
Apho wamxelela khona uminister ngokuphulwana kobomi kwabantu nge-13 phaya kude kube mhla ka-13 phaya eMarikana.
Maybe to be able to answer appropriately, are you asking me when from a time point of view? Are you asking me when from a day point of view?
I'm happy with the date, General.
Xa unganika nje date general.
I will start off by saying in my statement, I mentioned dates on which I called, and I'm also now saying to you that continuously I continued to give progressive reports. This matter started on the 9th, and progressively I gave reports to internal stakeholders, including the minister, on what was happening in Marikana.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje kwi-statement sami ndayibeka ngalowo mini, kodwa ke njengoba nditshilo kokuba le nto iqale ngomhla ka-9 bekuthi amaxesha namaxesha ndibazise naye uminister ngento eqhubekayo.
Remember, General, my question is focusing only on a telephone call regarding the killings as at the 13th. Now, you say as part of your response that you do mention or touch on this in your statement. Can you take me to a paragraph or 2 paragraphs in your statement where you say that you told the minister about the killings that had taken place at Marikana as at 13 August 2012? I'm not saying it is not there, but please just take me there.
No, Chair.
Anditsho kokuba ayikho loo nto, kodwa ndithi makundincede ke General unkhomse apha kwi-statement sakho apha wenza khona ingxelo leyo kuminister yokusweleka kwabantu phaya nge-13 zika-August.
The witness,
Just a minute.
the witness did not say she made a statement. She made a report in a statement that she made a telephone call on the 13th.
I don't know that's what Mr. Madlanga is putting either, but let's get his response.
Sive
Madlanga?
umbuzo kaMhlekazi uMadlanga phambi kwengxelo kaMhlekazi uSiminya.
Yes, Mr. You hear what Mr. Semenya says?
Mr. Chairman, in context, my learned friend cannot disregard context. I inquired from the witness whether she had made a telephone call to the minister regarding the killings at Marikana as at 13th August 2012. And she said she had. I then asked her I asked her when she had done so. And she said, are you asking for time or are you asking for a date? I said, I am happy with a date. And it was thereafter that she gave the long response that touched on her statement, even dealing with the subject that I was asking her about. So my question flows naturally from that. If that is not what she was responding to or saying, what then? And what on earth was she saying about her statement in that context?
Uthi umbuzo wami uvela kule ntetho evezwe nguye ucommissioner okokuba xa ndimbuzo okokuba andiphe idate wathi yena ndibuza ngexeshana noma idate ndathi mina idate endithetha ngayo kungumhla ka-13 ndicela kokuba andichazele loo nto.
Your question, Mr. Madlanga.
Cela okokuba uphinde ke lo mbuzo uMhlekazi uMadlanga.
General, thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, you remember that I asked you whether you had made a telephone call to the minister advising him of the killings at Marikana as at midnight on 13 August 2012, and you said you had. Do you remember saying so?
Uyayikhumbula loo nto uthi wena ewe wamxelela uminister xa sithetha ngexesha lika-12 ngomhla ka-13 ebusuku okokuba usubone ezi zonke izinto uye wamxelela uminister ngale wathi wena ewe.
My response to the multiple questions you've been giving me is that I am in continuous communication with the minister. I have also said in my statement there are areas where I indicate where I've spoken to the minister telephonically.
Kwimibuzo yakho emininzi ndiye ndayiphendula ke ngaloo ndlela okokuba maxesha nexesha ndiya ndithethe nominister ndathi ke kukho apho ndiyichaza khona le nto kwi-statement sam.
General, I'm not asking you a multiplicity of questions now.
Andibuza imibuzo emininzi ngoku, General.
And indeed, all that I'm doing for now is just to recap on what you and I, or rather the ground that you and I have covered.
Into endithetha ngayo ngoku yinto esithethe ngayo nje ngoku xa ndikubuza imibuzo uphendula.
And all that I'm doing is to try to establish whether you are contradicting me in what I am suggesting you said.
Into endiyibuzayo kokuba mhlawumbe uthi mna ndikuvanga kakuhle xa ndibeka le ntetho undilungise apho.
Do you remember me asking you the question?
Uyakhumbula ndibuza lo mbuzo?
Did you make a telephone call to the minister reporting to him the killings that had taken place at Marikana as at midnight on the 30th of August 2012. Do you remember me asking you that question?
Uyakhumbula ndibuza lo mbuzo kokuba ngexesha lika 12 ebusuku ngomhla ka 13 kuAugust wasumxelela na uminister ngezehlakalo ezenzekile ezingaqhelekanga ezo zakusweleka kwabantu.
You've asked me a lot of questions. It could have been one of those.
Ubuze imibuzo eminingi kungenzeka ukuba ngomnye wemibuzo yakho leyo.
General, this is a simple question and it's less than 5 minutes ago. Are you suggesting that you do not remember, for a fact, you do not remember me asking you that question?
Uthakulo xesha lide kwimizuzu nje emhlanje egqithile ndiyibuzile lo mbuzo uncela ukuba usakhumbula ukuba ndiye ndabuza lo mbuzo general.
I'm not suggesting that.
Andisho.
Do you remember me asking you that question then? Do you remember?
Okay, uyawukhumbula ndikubuza lo mbuzo.
I have had a number of questions from you, and that could have been one of those.
Ndive imibuzo emininzi evela kuwe mhlekazi kungenzeka okokuba lo ubuzayo ngomnye waleyo mbuzo.
All right, perhaps let me be content with the maybe or it might have been type of approach. And do you remember that your response to that question was that yes, you had made such a call to the minister?
Uyayikhumbula ke into okokuba kulo mbuzo uye wathi wena ewe wamtsalela unxeba minister umxelela ngalento.
I have answered you saying I communicate with the minister continuously. I have mentioned that I use multiplicity of platforms. I have indicated that in some instances I do call, and in that context I would say yes.
Ndithe kuwe ndiye ndithethe nabo ngezindlela ezininzi ezohlukile batsalele neminxeba nezinye izindlela ke kungenzeka okokuba enye yezindlela endayenza yiyo leyo.
The context.
Sorry. I'm not sure I understand your answer to the specific question which Mr. Madlanga asked you. Whether, as of midnight on the 13th of August, you had previously, as it were, informed the minister telephonically of these 13 killings, of these 5 killings that had taken place on the 13th.
No, that is not in my statement.
I
know that's
echo
not in your
statement,
statement,
Lord.
but I'm asking you whether you did tell the minister telephonically before midnight on the 13th of August that those killings had taken place.
Mbuzo kamgcini sihlalo ukuthi kude kube ngo-12 ngomhla
I know it's not in your
ka-13
statement, but I'm not interested whether it's in your statement or not. I'm interested in whether you had informed the minister as of midnight, whether you had informed him as of midnight on the 13th that those killings had taken place. That, as I understand, is Mr. Madlanga's question.
Kwasekusweleka abantu abahlanu ngelo xesha uthi xa utsalela uminister umnxeba ke ngomhla ka-13 phambi kokuba kubethe u-12 ebusuku wamxelela na le ngxeba.
I informed the minister about what was happening in Marikana since the 9th. I am not sure whether I had done that by 12 midnight on the 13th. But I do not remember calling him by 12 midnight on the 13th, but I did inform him about what was happening in Marikana on several occasions.
Ndamazisa uminister ngezehlakalo ezazenzeka phaa emarikana phakathi komhla ko-9 nomhla ka-13 kodwa ukuthi ndamxelela ngale ndibuzwa ngayo ngoku andisayikhumbulila.
In your statement, I've already indicated in my earlier questions, you refer to the minister in paragraphs 23 and 24 of your statement.
Statement sakho paragraph 23 no 24 kula uthetha khona ke ngominister.
This is exhibit F3, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. You confirm that?
Uvumelana nami apho?
In the statement I talked about the minister in paragraph 24.
Paragraph 24 ewe ndiyathetha ngominister.
23 as well. Just look at the very last word of paragraph 23.
Ilizwi lakho lokugqibela phaya ku paragraph 23 ubiza yena uminister. Kunjalo?
I think I'd need to be guided because there's a statement we corrected, and I'm just wanting to check if we're talking about the same statement.
I'm referring to the one dated 12 March 2013, Commissioner, which was handed in as Exhibit FFF3, that's F for Freddy.
That is the statement that was corrected.
I'm sorry?
I am referring to the one of the 7th because the correction was reverting to my statement, which is one of the 7th.
Kukho istatement ezimbini apha esenziwa kuqala nalesi esaphinde salungiswa nje.
Just to
Endithetha
avoid
ngaso
confusion.
7th March.
Mr. Semenya?
Just to avoid confusion, I think Mr. Madlanga is referring to a statement that was corrected. That's the error that was in the first statement of 23, the statement of 12 with which we went with a witness. There is no reference to minister in paragraph 23.
Thanks to my learned friend, Mr. Semenya. I'll just try to get the correct one then.
Ubeka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uSiminya okokuba kulesi silungisiwe statement phaya ku paragraph 23 ayikho lento aphethetha khona ngominister njengoba esisho ugeneral.
May I?
National Commissioner, I have it in my hand the statement of the 7th and the statement of the 12th. The statement of the 7th in paragraph 23 doesn't refer to your relaying any information to the minister. The statement of the 12th, which was handed in as Exhibit FFF3, contains the following as paragraph 23. On the afternoon of August 16th, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement Stage 3 of the plan, which information I relayed to the Minister. But I think that when you gave evidence, you actually said that the words were omitted. And so we've added in the copy that I have before me some words so that it now reads as follows. On the afternoon of August 16, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement a dispersal operation plan, which information I relayed to the Minister. Now, I'm not quite sure what the final status is of paragraph 23, but what is clear is that on the statement which we have dated the 12th of March, you did state that you had relayed to the Minister the information which you received from General Mbombo regarding the decision to implement the plan.
Chairperson, the correction that was done in the evidence is that the statement of 12 should have a full stop after the word plan. And that's the correction the witness brought to our attention in her evidence in chief. After the word plan, it must be full stop.
Statement ezimbini ke umahluko okhona kuzona kokuba esesinye sabhalwa.
There was an element of confusion last Thursday on that. If you're now satisfied that you have what one can describe as the final version, perhaps you can proceed with your question.
Mr. Chairman, all my colleagues around me in the evidence leading team are contradicting my learned friend, Mr. Semenya, but perhaps the best is for me to leave the reference to paragraph 23 in my cross-examination thus far. I may come back there later.
Mandiyeke lento kwangoku mhlawumbe ndizawubuya emva kwexesha kuyo.
So according to you then, mention of the minister in your statement is only in paragraph 24.
Uthi apho uthetha khona ngominister ke kwi-statement sakho kuphaya paragraph 24 kuphela.
Yes.
Ewe.
And there you say, I then related the same information to the Minister of Police telephonically and advised him that I shall attend to the matter personally so that I can have a first account of the incident. Give or take, that's roughly the substance of it, not so?
No, Chair, again, that paragraph must end. I then related the same information to the Minister of Police telephonically and advised him that I shall be attending to the matter personally, full stop.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uSiminya ukuthi ayibhalwanga njengobetsho umhlekazi uSiminya uthi ndathi mina ndamazisa ke uminister ngalento ndathi mina ndizayithathela emagxeni ami lento ndiyojonga ukuba kwenzeka ntoni.
Thank you, Mr. Smeya. I'm still very happy with that. So that's all that you said in your entire statement about the minister.
Ingxelo yakho ke ephathelene no minister iphelela apho, General.
Yes.
Ewe.
It was, according to your statement and indeed even your evidence here, just relaying reports to him. Your statement and your evidence do not suggest any role that the minister himself played or any initiative that the minister himself took. That is what your evidence and your statement suggest.
Asithatha istatement sakho ke nengxelo osixele yona apha ubungqina bakho uthi yaphelela apho nento ngokuxelelwa nje uminister akukho nto ayenza yena ngokwakhe uminister ingxaxhe bethiza ayithatha.
I think I would need to understand to answer you properly any role, any initiative played by the minister, because it sounds
vague. It sounds vague.
No, I'm trying to understand what I mean by saying any role, any initiative. If I say yes, not understanding, I think it will be remiss of me. I must at least seek to understand.
Thank you, General.
Ufuna ukuthi ndiuve kakuhle lo mbuzo kokuba uthi yintoni ofuna okokuba uyazi ngominister kokuba wenza ntoni yena ngokwakhe ngale ngxelo ndanimxelelwa noma mandive lo mbuzo oqala ngokucacileyo.
Let me take you back to the example I made about the Minister of Higher Education. But now, let me bring that by way of analogy to your minister. Killings on such a large scale, would that have been a matter of concern to your minister?
Ndienda ndenza umzekelo apha ngo-Minister of Higher Education apho kungekho khona ukufundisa kude kuphela unyaka okokuba uzayithathela emagxeni akhe loo nto. Ngoku ke ndiza apha kowakho uminister kuba kwakungadingekanga kanani naye enze into enjengaleyo.
I said yes.
Ndithe ewe.
If it was or would have been, what, if anything, did the Minister of Police do in connection with the killings at Marikana, save for merely receiving reports from you? What did the minister do, if anything?
Ande kokuthi afumane nje ezingxelo zivela kuwe ke General. Ndibuza umbuzo kokuba yintoni eyenziwa nguye uminister uqobo emva kokuba asevile ngoku kusweleka kwabantu ngalendlela enjena apha eMarikana.
My minister was personally here.
Lo wami uminister wafika yena ngokwake apha.
The minister was part of the interministerial committee that did a lot of work in this region.
Minister waba ngomnye weminister ezenza umsebenzi obalekile apha kule region kule ngingqi.
And in my phoning him on our behalf as the 200 members of SAPS to give feedback to him, his political role, we don't play the political role. His political role, his political support to us, as our minister was always there.
Njengoba ke thina mina neqela enisebenza nalo besenza ezingxelo kuyena ofanele enze umsebenzi wakhe ophathelene nezombusazwe ezepolitiki kule ndawo thina asingeni apho.
the interministerial committee was post the killings of 16 August 2012, not so?
Andithi iminister ezezeza apha zeza emva kokuba kwenzeke isehlakalo somhla ka-16 Agosta kunjalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And when you say the Minister of Police was here in Marikana, I take it that you are referring to him coming to Marikana again post the killings of 16 August 2012, not so?
Uthi uminister weza apha eMarikana uthetha ngeli xesha eza apha emva komhla ka-16 August.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now I'm interested to know what the minister did
Into endifuna ukuyazi kokuba uminister wenza ntoni
prior to the killings of 16 August 2012.
phambi kokusweleka kwabantu ngomhla ka-16 August. Yintoni ayenza?
I would like to take you back to the statement I've made in terms of the role I play.
Mandiphindele kwi-statement endasenza ke okokuba mna ndenze ntoni.
I indicated in my statement that I'm the National Commissioner of Police.
Ndiye ndathi kwi-statement sam ndim uNational Commissioner wamapolisa apha eMzantsi.
I indicated in the statement that my appointment requires of me to manage and control policing.
Ndachaza okokuba ke umsebenzi osemagxeni ami kukulawula nokuphatha amapolisa.
I also indicated that I work with a team of police, men and women in operations, in management, and our responsibility is to manage the operations of the police.
Ndachaza okokuba ndisebenza nabo banomzane nabo mama bamapolisa ekwenzeni lo msebenzi wokuphatha wokulawula nokujonga okokuba yonke into yenziwa ngemfanelo apha esiponiseni.
I've also said to you in responding to one of your earlier questions that our political leader is the minister.
Ndatsho ke kwi-statement okokuba osiphethe phaya phezulu kwezombusazwe ke nguminister.
I indicated that I continuously report to him using a multiplicity of platforms.
Ndatsho ke engxeleni yam okokuba ke ndiyambikela amaxesha namaxesha ngayo yonke into eyenzekayo ukuba ahlale asazi.
And one of the primary roles in doing so is him giving us support because he is not in operations.
Ndabe senditsho okokuba isizathu sokuba ndenze ezi zingxelo kuyena okokuba makasinikeze isupport ngoba yena akekho apha emsebenzini ezantsi.
I'm not sure that I follow that, Commissioner, regarding the direct question that I put to you. The question is, what did the minister do, if anything at all? I'm not asking you about the reporting lines and so on, who controls what, who's concerned with policy, who's concerned with management and control and all of those things. I'm asking you a specific question. What, if anything, did the minister do? Concerned as he was, because you said he was concerned or would have been concerned, what, if anything, did he do prior to the killings of 16 August 2012? Bear in mind that as at 15 August 2012, the killings had escalated and no less than 10 people had been killed as at that date. What, if anything, did the minister do?
Umbuzo ke ilo beningabuzanga inkcazelo le onikezayo nokuba ubani uphethe kuphi usebenza ntoni nantoni. Umbuzo bowuthi kude kube mhla ka-16 August 2012 yintoni ayenza ngokwakhe uminister xa sesithatha ke nokuba ngomhla we-15 kwasekusweleke abantu abalishumi apha yintoni ayenza yena ngokwakhe?
I have already given my response to this one. As a
Sendinikile
political leader,
impendulo apha.
he gives us leadership in that space and support. If I have failed maybe to answer in a manner that is appreciated, maybe I'm short of answering your question.
Mhlawumbe ke andibekanga ngendlela ubuyifuna ngayo le mpendulo kodwa ke bese ndichilo kokuba sithi esisebenzayo apha enza ingxelo kuyena usinikeza nje isupport nokulawula phaya akekho apha kumsebenzi lo siwenzayo.
General, it's probably not a lack of articulation on your part, it's probably a lack of comprehension on mine.
Mhlawumbe ndime ndingakuvisisi kakuhle general.
From what you say, you seem to be talking in general terms. The minister gives us support. The minister gives political direction. Are you saying on this occasion, on the occasion of the killings at Marikana, the minister gave you specific political direction that related to the killings at Marikana? Or are you talking about political direction that he gives generally and in the normal course of performance of his duties that had nothing to do with, or rather that did not have specific reference to the killings at Marikana? Is that what you are saying?
Umbuzo kaMhlekazi uMadlanga uthi andibuzi ke ukuba kusetshenzwa njani nesiqhelo okokuba uminister nguye oninikeza isupport enidingayo aninikeze nendlela ekufanele nisebenze ngayo i-directions ngokomsebenzi wakhe. Ndibuza okokuba kulesi sehlakalo saseMarikana intoni kahlehle ayenza?
Maybe let me start off by saying all the answers that I've been giving you were contextualized to the question you were asking me about Marikana.
Mandithi ke yonke le mpendulo bekade ndikunikeza yona iphendula yona lento oyibuzayo xa sesiyithatha ngolo hlobo.
And what specific, not that I understand that response, but I will move on. And what specific support did the minister give you in relation to the killings at Marikana before those of 16 August 2012? What? I started with that. What support did he give you?
Ubuza ngolo hlobo kokuba xa sesijonga ke lento le ngaphambi kokuba kwenzeke esisehlakalo somhla ka-16 August xa uthetha ngesupport intoni isupport aninikeza yona uminister?
I have answered to say in all my reporting and my feedback to him, he is our political leader. He gave us political support. He gave us that leadership because I do not have the responsibility of communicating in that space or dealing with issues in that regard. And that is the best answer I can give you.
Impendulo engcono endizakunikeza yona yilena kokuba ngawo onke amaxesha bendimenzela i-report ndimxela ukubenzeka ntoni nantoni ube sinikeza ke olu support esilifunayo esinika nezindlela ekufanele ezisetshenziswayo ephaya phezulu ke esinikeza le support njengomuntu ophethe kwezombusazwe kwezepolitiki phaya phezulu.
So must I take your last answer to be that you cannot be specific on the political direction, nor can you be specific on the support that the minister gave you?
Akukho nto ongasixayo ukuba yilena le ayenza ngaphandle kokuthi wasinikeza nje isupport edingekayo wasinikeza nengxelo ye-direction edingekayo njengomuntu ophethe kwezepolitiki.
I have said he has given us leadership, he has given us political support, and that enabled us to do our work.
Ndithe usinikeze ubunkokheli, wasinikeza isupport, wasinikeza izindlela ezeneleyo kokuba senze umsebenzi wethu ngemfanelo.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just give me a moment. I'm just looking at something in the transcript.
Cela ndixeshanyana kwinto endiyijongayo apha kwi-transcript kusho uMhlekazi uMadlanga.
I have in my hand the transcript of the evidence laid before this commission, and I refer my colleagues to day 41, commencing line 6 all the way down to line 20. I will read page 4434. 4434. Let me read what appears there. It's Mr. Zogwana speaking. I spoke to an official in the offices, and he was being cross-examined by my learned friend, Mr. Tip. I spoke to an official in the offices. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. And my apologies to Mr. Tip as well. There's no way he could have cross-examined his own witness.
Apha uthetha ngomnqina buka Mhlekazi uZokwana obuvela kwirecord.
I spoke to an official in the offices of the Provincial Commissioner, and I was not satisfied with the response.
Can I ask maybe we place the transcript before the witness so that she can have an appreciation of what is being read out?
Umhlekazi uSiminya ucela okokuba le transcript ibekwe apha phambi kwa-general azokwazi okokuba yintoni lokuthethwa ngayo.
Sound like a fair, reasonable request.
Thank you very much.
It's the highlighted part, General. Thank you. I spoke to an official in the offices of the Provincial Commissioner, and I was not satisfied with the response I was given. They didn't have enough manpower in the subs. Then I tried to get the number of the minister's office, and I was able to talk to somebody in his office, and they left a message on his cell. He called me back when I was on the way to Johannesburg, and I raised my concern to the fact that unless there were enough number of subs personnel to restore law and order on the mine, many lives will be lost. And then Mr. Tip, and what was the response of the minister to your approach? Mr. Zogwana, the minister promised to make all possible to ensure that there was a deployment of subs on the mine to prevent further deaths to the people. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Uyayibona le nto minister apho Umhlekazi uZokwana wayephendula imibuzo ebuzwa ngukansela uTip okokuba wayephaya eofisini lamapolisa apho angafumananga khona ukweneliso wade wacela okokuba bamxhumanise neminister wathetha nomnye ke umuntu phaya owathatha ifoni yakhe wafaka wathi ke uminister xa esemphendula uzokwenza yonke into esemandleni akhe ukuzama okokuba ipheze le nto yokokuba kuwenzakale abantu phaya.
Please bear with me, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the minister to be able to have more members of subs deployed at Marikana, I take it that he would have had to make contact with you, not so?
Akubeni uminister ubefuna okokuba kwandiswe kongezwe amapolisa apha eMarikana ndithi bedinga ukuba aqhamselane nawe kuqala.
First, let me say, I see what is being said here, and it talks about the provincial commissioner.
Ndiyayibona le nto uthetha ngayo apha kuthethwa ngo-provincial commissioner.
And as I've indicated that I am a national commissioner, I work through 9 national commissioners. I delegate powers to them. The provincial commissioner has the responsibility of running the province.
Njengoba ndichilo kokuba mna ndingu-National Commissioner ongaphezulu ndincediswa ngabalithoba Provincial Commissioner kwezo zonke ingingqi abanamandla okwenza ulawulo olufanele apho bephethe khona.
Does that...
Sorry to interrupt you. You said you have 9 national commissioners. That was, I take the slip of the tongue. You meant 9 provincial commissioners.
9 provincial.
Ubetsho i-provincial commissioners nguyena u-national commissioner kuphela ugeneral.
Do you mean by that for the minister to be able to carry out his promise to Mr. Zogwana, he would have had to contact the provincial commissioner of the Northwest?
Usho kokuba uminister xa bezokwenza esithembiso asithembiso Zogwana kwakufuze aqhamisane ne-provincial commissioner as a Northwest?
The minister can contact the provincial commissioner. The minister can contact me.
Uminister unako kokuba aqhamiselane naye u-provincial commissioner okanye nam.
Did he contact you?
Waku Chinta weza kuwe minister?
No.
Azange.
To your knowledge, did he contact the provincial commissioner?
Ngolwazi lwakho waqhamiselana ke no provincial commissioner?
I am not aware. She can answer that.
Andinalo lwazi uyena ongakwazi ukuphendula lo nto.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm going to move to a totally different subject. Just a minute.
Mr. Mudlanga, we did start at just after 10 today, so we would normally take the tea adjournment at 11:15. But if there's some reason why you want an early adjournment now, I would be prepared to grant it to you if it was a good reason.
I can continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Totally different subject, Commissioner.
Ngena kwenye ke into ngoku.
As you sit before this commission today, do you stand by what you said in your media statement of 17 August 2012? Every little bit of what you said without any qualification, do you stand by it?
Njengoba ulapha namhlanje phambi kwale commissioner usemi kula mazwi akho owawenza kwezintatheli ingxelo eyavela ngomhla ka-17 August yonke into owayithetha apho?
Yes, to the best of my ability, unless there is any other new information that presents.
Ewe ngokwazi kwami ngaphandle kokuba kukho mhlawumbe enye into entsha engahle ivele apho.
Referring to Exhibit FFF5, I take it.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thetha apha nge-exhibit ekhona phambi kwe-commission, Exhibit FFF5.
Do you have a copy of the typed one, not the transcript from what you actually said before the media? Your typed statement with the SAPS logo at the top.
I presume you refer to the media statement we issued on the 17th of...
Yes.
Yes.
Thetha nge-statement esemedia.
Yes.
Date 17 August 2012 usiphethe apha kuyena general.
The distinction I was just seeking to draw, Commissioner, is we are also in possession of a transcript. What you said, what you actually said orally there was then transcribed. So what I wanted to make sure is whether what you have in front of you is what was typed before you actually went
No,
to...
Chair, Mr. Madlanga again is mistaken. What is transcribed is the happenings of the 20th, not the media statement of the 17th.
Document that was put on our tables this morning is that's a transcript of the video clip, I think, that we saw. I suspect it's WW6 actually, but is that right?
Indeed, Chair.
Yes. Mr. Mudlanga, the document that we found on our tables this morning, which begins All right, good morning. That is a transcript of the speech which the National Commissioner made on the 20th of August, which features in Exhibit WW6 the clip of the address given on that date.
I fully, yes.
Is the media statement issued on the 17th of August.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I indicate I understand, and I apologize to my learned friend, I understand the confusion fully. The evidence leaders have actually been working on a transcript of the media statement itself, and I was not aware that what I was given by my colleagues is not the final document. I am advised that the final document is now to hand and that it will be distributed. So that is what I was actually referring to, the correct document. It's just that it has not been distributed. And I apologize to Mrs. Menya for the confusion.
Just to make sure I understand, yes. The document that you're going to distribute in due course is a transcript of what the National Commissioner said at the, on the 17th of August at a press conference or media conference.
Exactly.
What we have here is a document which is FFF5, is a document which I take it was distributed at the media conference.
Yes. And that is what I want to deal with. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just
ezintetho ezimbili lesiphethe apha ke liqwebhe lakhutsha lanikezwa abantu apho lintetho athetha ngayo umhlekazi uMadlanga izawunikezwa yena ngoku intetho eyenziwa ngugeneral apho ngaleyo mini njengoba ke itranscribe yabhalwa kwaba beveza izindaba.
In Exhibit 3F5, I will refer you to page 2, unmarked page 2.
Sizawuza apha ku page 2 ke yale siyiphethe apha iFFF5.
The penultimate paragraph of that page.
I take it you have that document before you, National Commissioner, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Good.
Uyiphethe Commissioner apha kuyena.
Go to the penultimate paragraph. Are you there? Starts the dispersion action had commenced. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Uyayibona apho ifunda khona.
If you look at that paragraph in relation to the preceding paragraphs, in particular, the one just above the penultimate paragraph, would you agree with me that the penultimate paragraph is dealing with sin 2?
Apha ke kuthethwa khona ngokuhlakazwa kwezaziqhele kuthetha ngesehlakalo saphaya kwisini yesibili sehlakalo sesibili.
I would have to read these paragraphs and then I would give you my response.
Mawunike ithuba lokuthi ndizifunde phambi kokuba ndiphendule.
Please do, General.
I've looked at both paragraphs. My response would be paraphrased as follows. What is represented in this statement are facts presented to me by my operational commanders. And I read on behalf of the police facts as they were presented to me by my operational commanders.
Le ntetho ivele apha ke ingxelo eyenziwa kumi zi-commander ezaziphethe abalawuli bami operational commanders ebabaphethe apho ndayibhala ke njengoba ndixelelwe ngabo.
And as I've said, I lead a team of very experienced professionals whose bona fides I believe in, and some of them will be answering later, and I'm sure they would be able to articulately address those.
Njengoba ndishilo ke ndiyinkokheli yabantu abanamava abangabantu abathembekile abazawuza apha bazokwazi ukuphendula xa kunesidingo sokokuba benze njalo.
But Commissioner, you are aware that there were killings at what has come to be known as Scene 1, and there were killings at what has come to be known as Scene 2, both on 16 August 2012. Are you aware of that?
Unalo na ulwazi okokuba kukho izehlakalo zokusweleka kwabantu phaya kwesehlakalo sokuqala nakwesesibili zombili ezenzeka ngayo lo mini yomhla ka-16 ku-August?
Yes.
Ewe.
You say in your statement and in your evidence that this was an unprecedented tragedy in our nation. Not so.
Muthi apha ke kwizwekazi lethu bekuyinto lena ebe ingazange yenzeke ngaphambilini kunjalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And this is something that would have required of you to fully inform yourself, if not on the 16th or the 17th, even later, but to fully inform yourself of the facts of what actually happened on the day, not so?
Andithi kube kunesidingo ke sokokuba unyani uphande ufumane ulwazi olupheleleyo emva kokuba intoni kahle hle eyenzeka phaya.
Yes.
Ewe.
And I take it that you did inform yourself, didn't you?
Wayenza ke lonto kokuba ufumane ingxelo epheleleyo kunjalo?
In an environment that is not absolute, I shall say yes.
Noma ke beku imeko bimaqongo ngelo xesha ndizawuthi ewe.
National Commissioner, I don't understand that answer. It's either yes or no, or you don't know. I don't understand the introductory qualification in an environment that's not absolute. Perhaps you could explain it to me?
Uthi uchairperson makayichaze ivakale lento kokuba imeko yayinjani?
Judge, maybe ka spedi re motho ha iphetše ke re yes mara motho ha iphetše absolute.
That's what I'm saying, Chairperson. I'm saying yes, but a person is just not
Perfect.
absolute.
And what do you mean by that? What do you mean by a person not being absolute? Or what do you mean when you qualify a yes by saying a person is not absolute? Just what do you mean by that?
Uthi makachaze kokuba xa ethi ewe kodwa umuntu ngeke be onke amaxesha benenyaniso epheleleyo.
I say yes. If there are gaps, I would lend it to being non-absolute.
Ndithi ewe kodwa ke xa kukho mhlawumbe izikrobo ezithize ndizawuzijongisisa.
I still don't understand that.
Chair.
You'll have to be patient with me. I could understand you saying the answer is yes to the best of my knowledge. That caters for the situation that there may be things you don't know which would ultimately render your unequivocal yes to be slightly incorrect. But the way you put it doesn't quite convey that to me. If what I'm putting to you, yes to the best of my knowledge, is the same as what you mean by the answer you gave, then I can understand you.
Chair, perhaps even
Judge, you're right.
Uthi
perhaps the word used by Mr. Madlanga, you fully informed,
Yes.
may connote something to you as may connote something different to me, what he contemplates by fully. And the witness saying,
That would be catered for by what I suggested, yes to the best of my knowledge, which indicates,
I'll do so.
as far as I know, yes, but there may be something I don't know which alters the situation. Wouldn't that be a fairer answer? But no, I wasn't say fairer. That implies something which I don't intend to imply. That would be perhaps a clearer answer.
that's what she means by absolute in vernacular.
Right, well,
uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uSiminya uthi iyo kanye lento uyibekayo kokuba ngokwazi kwakhe injalo lento kodwa kungenzeka kokuba mhlambe kubekho impazamo apho nalapho.
Well, Commissioner, you heard the exchange between me and Mr. Semenya. Do you wish to comment on it?
I want to say yes to the best of my knowledge.
Uthi ewe ndifuna ukuphinda kokuba ngokwazi kwami kunjalo.
Now, bearing in mind that you are aware that there is what is referred to as sin 1, there is what is referred to as sin 2, and with the qualification of not being absolute, you fully informed yourself of the events that had taken place. Are you now in a position to answer a question that I asked earlier, which was that, do you agree that in the context of the arrangement of the paragraphs of your statement, and indeed even the content thereof, that in the penultimate paragraph of page 2 of your media statement, you are dealing with sin 2?
Mbuzo yilo kokuba usuqelelwe waziswa kokuba kukho izehlakalo ezimbini ezenzeka phaya kusin 1 nokwesibini. Emva kokuba ke sowuye wafumana ingxelo kokuba kwenzeke ntoni nantoni phaya. Le statement sakho apha ke ngasekugqibeleni sithetha ngesehlakalo sesibini kunjalo.
Perhaps I should say I am not able to answer you on that one.
Andinako kwazi ukuphendula kuloo.
Are you aware that during the, I'll loosely refer to it as commotion, during the commotion that resulted in the killings at Sin 1, the protesters who were involved in that moved away from the copy, which is referred to as copy 1, towards the flat ground and ended up next to the kraal where they were shot dead. Are you aware of that?
Unalona ulwazi kokuba kuthe xa kwenzeka esisiphithiphithi phaya aba bantu bebaphaya kule ntaba encinci bathi ukuhlakazeka beza apha ngasebuhlanti apho baye badutyulelwa khona.
That is, according to what you were informed by those who briefed you, are you aware of that?
Ngengxelo wayifumana ke lento yenzeka ngolo hlobo.
That part of the question will better be answered by those who were at the scene. I am not qualified to talk about those movements. I am not aware of those specifics.
Ngoba beningekho apho lo mbuzo uyawuba ngcono uphendulwe ngabantu babekhona abo beyijongile lento xa isenzeka ukuhamba nokunyakaza kwabo bantu.
Besides the briefing that you got in preparation for the media statement, what more were you told about Sin 1?
Phandle kwengxelo wayifumana ke xa nenza amalungiselelo okuthi niyoyiveza phaya kubezindaba. Waxelelwa ntoni ke ngesehlakalo sokuqala?
When you were going about informing yourself fully, albeit not absolutely.
Xa usiya phaya uzama ukufumana wena inyaniso kokuba yintoni nantoni eyenzeka phaya noma uthi ka unalo lwazi olupheleleyo ngaso ngesehlakalo.
My statement, as well as this media statement, the internal briefing, carries the high-level strategic feedback that I was given.
Statement sami nale ngxelo eyenza phaya ko nomathotholo kuyinto endandiyive njengoba ndixele ngendlela endandixelele ngayo.
General, from where would this statement have emanated, this media statement?
Sasivela phe esi statement ke savela bathati bezindaba.
This statement was done by the team that was operating in this province, that was in charge of the operation of Marikan.
Senziwa ngeliqela elalithunyelwa kokuba lenze ulawulo kwesi sehlakalo saseMarikana se-province apha.
And who would have been the author of this statement, General?
Kwakuzawuba ngubani ke wayesibhala eyenza yonke le ngxelo.
That team that was operating, the commanders that were in charge of this process, because as you can see, it's a multiplicity of days, factors, and all that. And all these are the facts that were constituted, that were put together by the team for us to be able to account for what we were doing here.
Kwakuyingxelo ye-team yonke njengoba ubone nje kuthethwa ngezehlakalo zemini kuthethwa ngezehlakalo zemini kuthethwa ngezehlakalo zemini ezohlukile yento enzeka phaya naphaya njengoba bebeyihlanganisa eliqela lalibekwe ukuba lenze ulawulo apha.
And in paragraph 25 of your statement, you say that you were briefed by General Mbombo, who was assisted by General Annandale, General Naidu, Brigadier Kalitz, and Lieutenant Colonel Scott, and that at the close of the briefing, you agreed to hold a press briefing the next day, which was 17 August 2012. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyabona apha ndavuma khona okokuba kuzawuthi ngemini elandelayo ndenze ingxelo kumaphepha ngoba ngaloo mini ndathi xa ndizapha eMarikana ndafike ndahlangana noGeneral Mbombo ancediswa nguGeneral Annandale, General Naidu, noBrigadier Kalitz, noLieutenant Colonel Scott.
Scott was never on the ground.
Abandixelela ukuba kwenzeke ntoni.
General, when you received this briefing from the people that you mentioned, were you aware that of the lot of them, only Generals Naidu, or rather General Naidu and Brigadier Kalitz were actually on the ground where the killings took place? Were you aware of that?
Ubunalona ulwazi ngexesha bexela ukuba abantu abababini bebekhona apho phansi bekuGeneral Naidu noBrigadier Kalitz kuphela.
No, I wasn't aware.
Abenike nalo lo.
You did not even interrogate what roles each one of the people that briefed you played.
Awuzange ubabuze aba bantu benza le ngxelo kokuba wena ubenza ntoni wena wenza ntoni wena wenza ntoni.
On the day and at the time the killings took place,
ngeli xesha kusenzeka esi sehlakalo sabantu abasweleka.
I have said
Mna
the Joint Operations Center is made up of many, many people, including the ones that you mentioned.
Dithe iJOC lena ijok ihlanganisa abantu abaninzi naba abanye ndibakhankanya apha beba kwelo qela.
And my understanding was that this report that I'm given was of the total operation.
Ndathi ke mna ndamkela okokuba le ngxelo ndixelelwayo into ephethe yonke into isenzeka apho.
And that would include any other thing, whether it was negotiations, whether it was the scene, whether it was those who were doing whatever. That was my understanding.
Ayifumana ke ngolo hlobo kokuba iphathelene na yonke into ithethathiswane lalikhona apho into ebisenzeka nayo yonke into.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps it is now appropriate.
Yes, the Commission will now take the theatre.
Siza ke sithi kubetha itiyali ixesha letiye kancinci.
This is, no, it's not mine. It is his. We can give it.
National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Madlanga?
Thank you.
Usepansi kwesifungo, General.
General, you said that you are aware that there is scene 1 and scene 2 at the scene of the killings of the 16th August 2012. What I would like to find out is whether you have any idea where exactly on the ground that is scene 1 is, and where on the ground scene 2 is. Do you have any idea of that?
Uthe apha unolwazi okokuba ezehlakalo zabazimbini zohlukile esibizwa scene 1 no scene 2 ngokubuza okokuba xa uyile phaya unolwazi okokuba uyayazi le ndawo na okokuba le yenzeka endaweni ethize le yenzeka endaweni ethize.
I have seen it on the pictures.
Ndiyibone apha emfanekisweni.
Besides the briefing that you received from the senior police officials referred to in paragraph 25 of your statement, leading up to the media conference of 17 August 2012, did you ever receive any other briefing? And if so, when?
Ngaphandle kwale ngxelo othetha ngayo apha ku paragraph 25 owayifumana phaya kulamanene kukho enye ingxelo ewayifumana xa wayifumana nini?
And of course I'm referring to a briefing on the killings of 16 August 2012.
Apha ndithetha ke ngengxelo owayifumana ngokusweleka kwabantu mhla ka-16 ku-August 2012.
Since this process started on the 9th, I have indicated earlier on that I have been getting updates from the Provincial Commissioner. I also referred in my statements to the 13th. I also referred in my statements to the 15th. In leading the evidence, my lawyer also asked about the 14th, which I've referred to, and the 16th.
Ndithe okoyaqala le nto nge-9 bendifumana ingxelo zokuba kwenzeka ntoni zonke insuku. Ndathetha nangomhla ka-13, mhla ka-15, ummeli wam wandibuza ngezehlakalo zange-14, ndiye ndaphendula apho nazehlakalo zomhla ka-16.
I referred to the killings of 16 August 2012, and I said, according to your statement on 25, in paragraph 25 rather, you do refer to the people that briefed you during the night of 16 August 2012. And I may also just take you to paragraph 26 as well, and which reads, on the 17th August, I again visited Marikana. I joined the SAPS team for a further update, as well as to finalize preparations for the press announcement that was planned for that morning. I later proceeded to address a press conference with regards to the events of the 16th of August 2012, as I understood them, given the information I had received from my commanders. Now, perhaps let me ask this question first. The further update that you received, according to what you say in paragraph 26, was that additional information as part of your preparation for the press conference?
Ubuzwa ngestatement esenziwa apha ke siye salungiswa emva kwexesha njengoba ezawuchaza uGeneral.
I think I'm just asking for assistance because I thought we were working on the statement of the 7th.
Ndicela uncedo apha ngoba bendicinga uba statement esisebenza ngaso sesi somhla ka-7.
Perhaps you should assist me, Commissioner. I'm totally getting confused. As you started testifying on Thursday last week, what did you consider to be your final statement in terms of dating? What is the date of what you consider to be your final statement?
Xa unikeza ukungqina kule veki egqithileyo, uye wathi sesiphi i-statement sakho esiyinyanzo kwezi ezimbini idate yomhla ka?
Is it the statement of the 7th of March 2012, or is it the statement of 12 March 2012?
Sesiphi ke statement ezimbili, sesika-12 March kanene sesika-7 March.
It's 2013, Mr. Madlanga.
I'm a year late, Commissioner, I'm sorry, my apologies. Read 2013 for, yes, my reference to 2012.
I'm going to request to be guided on this one because I'm also confused to say what are we using, and I'd like the Commission to guide me on this one to say what are we working on.
It is your statements. It is your statements. It is your evidence, Commissioner. You should be in a position to tell us on the basis of what statement are you giving your testimony before this commission. I do realize that as you testified, you even made further corrections even to what I understood to be your final statement. I will grant you that. But the simple point I'm making, and which I would like to establish from you, is as you sit there, what do you consider to be your final statement? Can it be the earlier statement of the 7th, or is it the later statement of the 12th?
Chair, umbuzo ngilowo kokuba sesiphi inyani asijonge njenge-statement yakhe siyinyani sesikayi-7 zika-March 2013 noma esisenziwa ngomhla ka-12 August 2013.
It would be helpful if you intervened at this point, because even when she was giving evidence in chief, there was a bit of confusion about what exactly the exhibit F2 is. Is it the statement of the 7th? Is it the statement of the 12th? Because there were other pages that were handed in, and that she herself made what amounted to an oral correction at one point in her evidence. So can you, anyway, you want to say something. What exactly do you want to say on that point?
Okay. Can I say it with the attention of the Commissioner? The statement we're working from, Chair, is the statement of the 12th as corrected.
Okay.
The corrections emanate from the statement of the 7th into the statement of the 12th, but the witness is testifying through the statement dated 12 as corrected.
Okay.
I have
Which statement is
not
7
got a copy of that myself, and I don't know whether the witness has either. So it would be helpful perhaps if copies of what one can describe as the final version of Exhibit F2 are made available, so that there won't be any further confusion. And yet,
wenza uthi umhlekazi ngcono kube i-statement esesokugqibela kwenziwe
I want the final version of F. Is it 3?
okokuba
I'm
sazi
correct,
okokuba
it's
sisebenza
F3.
ngesiphi
So,
statement.
so we don't waste any further time on with confusion as to what is the actual document that we're busy with.
We'll certainly do that, Chair.
Just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Sminya. So as to be able to move forward, General, look at both paragraphs 26 of your statements.
Okay.
Ijonga ke iparagraph 26 kuzo zombini as a statement.
Is there any difference between the two? Take your time and read both.
The difference I see is that there is a numbering problem that was also, I think, part of the correction.
Xa usijonga ezi statement
Because
kukho
26
apho
doesn't have a number.
zingabhalwanga khona u26 akekho kwesesinye statement asina number ekhomba u26.
So let's go to this one.
Perhaps let me ask my question this way.
Andubuza ngolu hlobo lo mbuzo.
Let's forget about the statements because there's a lot of confusion around them.
Why, in order to move forward, I'd like there to be agreed to be a final version of, I think, I understand the correct description is FFF3, so that we won't spend extra time on that.
Yes, that's why I'm saying let's forget about them for now because it may be difficult to clarify any issue around them, Mr. Chairman. I will now ask the evidence about the witness about what her evidence is. She must know that, certainly. As you sit there, General,
Zawuphuma apha estatementini ngoku ndibuze uGeneral ngqo ngoba kuyena okufanele azokuba ubungqina bakhe buthini.
is it your evidence that on 17 August you again visited Marikana? Is that so?
Kunjalo njengokuba kusitshiwo ba mhla ka-17 August uye waphinda waya eMarikana.
It is true.
Ewe inyaniso leyo.
That there you joined the subs team for a further update.
Waphinde wadibana ne-team leya kwa-SAPS okokuba bakunikeze enye ingxelo.
It is correct.
Ewe.
As well as to finalize preparations for the press announcement that was planned for that morning.
Watsho okokuba makunikeze nento yokugqibela okokuba amalungiselelo okugqibela azothiwane xa kuyiwa kwipress kumaphephandaba ngaloo mini ngalokusasa.
Yes.
Ewe.
You later proceeded to address a press conference with regards to the events of the 16th of August 2012.
Kuthe ngaloo mini waba nentetho nabamaphepha nabezindaba ngezehlakalo zomhla ka-16 August 2012.
Yes, it is correct.
And this you did as you understood the events.
Apho leyo ngxelo yaba ngento oxelele yona uba ndive kuthiwa.
Given the information you had received from your commanders, not so?
Uyiveza ngengxelo ebe uxelelwe zikomanda zakho. Kunjalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
Now I'll go back to the question I was asking when Mr. Semenya quite correctly raised the issue of the confusion.
Ndizawuphindela kulaa ngxelo bendithetha ngayo xa endilungisa apha umhlekazi uSiminya.
What was the update that you received on 17 August 2012?
Nge-17 zika-August 2012 ke yintoni owaxelela yona owaphinde waxelela yona entsha?
The update I received is articulated in the statement that you referred to earlier.
Iveziwe leyo nkcazelo kwi-statement esubuthetha ngaso.
Please help me with that.
Khawundincede ke apho.
It is that media statement that you were referring to, that you said had the emblem of the police.
Ilaa ntetho ubuthetha ngayo ene-emblem ibheji yamapolisa phaya phezulu.
I think you're referring to FFF5.
Yes.
The exhibit FFF5.
That is so, Mr. Chairman. So what update you received on 17 August 2012 found its way to your press statement? Is that what you mean?
Ingxelo wayifumana ke ngomhla ka-17 yiyo le waye wayiveza phaya kwizintatheli. Kunjalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
Who gave you this update?
Ngubani ke owakunikeza le ngxelo?
I have indicated that in my statement, and I will try and look for it and go to the specific paragraph.
Apho kwi-statement sami ndizawuya kuloo paragraph apho ndichaza khona.
I am aware, I'm quite apprehensive now to refer to paragraph numbers, but I am aware that according to your admission here now, I will avoid a reference to paragraphs, you were briefed on the 16th, that is, night of the 16th, you were briefed by General Mbombo, who was assisted by General Annandale, General Naidu, Brigadier Khalid, and Lieutenant Colonel Scott. Now, on the 17th, would it have been a different set of people?
Apha ke kucacoba ngomhla wale mini uyile
That-
baba no kubonisana wathetha no General Mbombo encediswa nguGeneral Anande, General Naidu no Brigadier Khalid no Lieutenant Scott ngale mini elandelayo kube uzoma ngabanye abohlukile noma bona aba bantu
That gave you this update.
aba bakunikeza lengxelo owaye wayiveza ke emva koko.
Yes, they were part of the people that gave the update, and when I led my evidence, the lawyer asked me and I said there were others. I may not recall all their names.
Ewe kwakungabanye balabo bantu babenika ingxelo xa ndibuzwa ke ngummeli wami ndiye ndathi kwakukho abanye endingasakhumbuli kahle okokuba ngobani.
I just want to make sure I'm not referring to people that might have attended the press conference with you. I'm addressing myself to people who gave you the update.
Andithethi ngabanye abantu babekhona nje apho. Ndithetha ngabantu ababekunikeza ingxelo babenza ireport kuwe.
Are you saying that it was more people than those whose names I just gave to you?
Uthi kwakho abanye babenza ingxelo nayo kubo ngaphandle kwaba bavezwe apha ephepheni.
I would say yes, because remember, these people were part of the Joint Operations Center. And the Joint Operations Center, as I've said, had many people, but primarily I can say those people did brief me.
Ndingasho kokuba kwakhona abanye ngoba JOC yayinabanye abantu abaninzi kodwa ke okubalekile ngaba abavela apha kolu xwebhu.
You have already told the commission that you did not even get to establish who of the people that briefed you during the night of 16 August had actually been on the ground when the killings took place. Did you establish on the 17th whether the additional people that gave you the update, additional to the others that had been at the briefing of the 16th, did you establish that the additional ones had actually been on the ground when the killings took place?
Xa ubuzwa uye wathi kwakukho ababini nje kuphela kwaba bantu babenza ingxelo kuwe ababekhona apho phansi ngelixesha kusenzeka lento. Ngokuke nge-17 xa sekufike naba abanye kwavela yini okokuba kwakho omnye walabo abafikile owayengomnye walabantu babephansi apho kwenzeka khona esisenzo?
I did not, because I had my commanders who were feeding back to me, and I took it that they understood who they are working with.
Andizange mna ngokwami ngoba ndandine-commander zam okwakuzizona zazijonge yonke into zindixelela ndathatha kokuba bayayazi into ibeyenzeka apho.
Much as we know that General Naidu and Brigadier Khalid were on the ground, you yourself did not know that.
Njengoba sivile ke okokuba uGeneral Naidu noBrigadier Khalid ngabo babe apho wena ubungakwazi oko ngokwakho.
I knew that they were commanders, part of the commander's team that is responsible for the operation.
Bendazi nje okokuba ngabanye bekomanda bekade ziphethe zilawula apho.
That is not my question. Perhaps let me be more specific. You,
Ngendlela ecacileyo lo mbuzo.
based on what you have said, you did not know that Brigadier Khalid and General Naidu had actually been at the scene of the killings at the time the killings took place. That you did not know.
Ubungenalo kulwazi olwakho okokuba aba babini uGeneral Naidu noBrigadier Khalid ngabo bebakhona apho phansi xa iyenzeka lento apho yenzeke khona.
part of the information that is sitting in that statement comes from them because they were out there.
Ingxelo ivela apha kwi-statement ivela kubo ngoba ngabo ababepha apho.
Your statement doesn't assist me in this regard, nor does the answer. General, my question is about your knowledge. Did you or did you not know,
I-statement
as they were briefing you, that they had actually been at the scene/scenes of the killings?
statement kasiloncedo kakhulu ngaphandle kokuthi
Did you or did you not know that?
I do know.
wena ngokwakho bunganalo ololwazi olokuba bebekhona apho ngaphandle kwengxelo owayifumana kubo. Ndandinalo ulwazi.
You do know now.
Uyazi ngoku.
I do know.
Ewe ndiyazi.
That's still not answering my question. My question is, did you know?
Umbuzo ukuthi ubuwazi na ngelo xesha.
At the time of the briefing, did you know?
Ngeli xesha bexelelo kokuba aba babini bebekhona pha phansi.
Yes, I
Ewe
did know.
bendinolwazi.
I might be mistaken on this, but the record will bear us out, you and me.
Mhlawumbe ndenza impazamo apho kodwa irekhodi izosibonisa iza kusinceda mna nawe.
My recollection seems to be that you, of the people, all the people mentioned as having participated in the briefing on 16 August 2012, you said that you did not know whether or not they had been at the scene of the killings. Did you not say that?
Awuzange uyitsho loo nto general okokuba aba bantu ngesikhathi benza lingxelo ubungenalo ulwazi okokuba ngomphi apha kubo ubekade apho kwenzeke khona lento ngesixesha yenzeka.
Perhaps before you respond, I will rely on my learned colleague, Ms. Pillay, who has a record. Please remove this. Thank you. This is what she has typed out as my question.
Nangu indlela ovela ngayo lo mbuzo njengoba ubhalwe phaya ngumncedisi wami.
When you received the serious gremlins here. Please bear with me, commissioners. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioner.
Refusing. It probably entails the commissioners. And Mr. Mpofu has everything to do with it.
Kukho intelezi apha ephethwe ngumfoka Mpofu ethi kumphazamisa.
Can I perhaps assist you, Mr. Madlanga, from my notes? My note reads, when you received the briefing, were you aware that only Generals Naidu and Khalid were on the ground when the killings took place? And the answer was, I was not aware.
Thank you.
Ubuzwe umhlekazi uMadlanga okokuba ngeli xesha ukufumana le ngxelo ubusazi na okokuba uGeneral Naidu noBrigadier Khalid ngabo bebalobo phansi wathi bendingenalo ulwazi.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Inkosi kakhulu, Commissioner.
Does that not contradict your last answer? Are you not contradicting yourself now, Commissioner?
Commissioner, lintetho yakho engakuba chayisana ngoku nentetho buyiveze phambilini.
I'd like to go back to one of the answers, if maybe I could be helped, of what I said about the JOC and the people that reported me.
Maningaphinda umva nje ndichaza kokuba nditheni ngalaba bantu babenampaya ne-Joint Operation Center.
I did say to you that the Joint Operation Center has a lot of people, and this could be included. And this that I represented, because I was not there when this happened, represented every other person that was there that was responsible for what was happening in Marikana. If I have at some point maybe not crossed some of the responses, but I want to say that what I represented in this media statement was a collaborative product of the people who were responsible for the entire operation.
Ndienda chaza kokuba iJOC lena Operation Center ngabantu abaninzi abalapho nabandi baveze apha kwakungabanye babelapho kungenzeka kokuba inhlanganisela yonke yentetho yabo yavela apha ndingenalo ulwazi ngoba mina ndandingekho apho.
Just to be sure and to avoid any confusion, and in particular because I saw my learned friend Mr. Siminya shake his head, I want to make sure what your response to this question is.
Ndifuna ukwazi ke ngokucacileyo okokuba impendulo yakho ithini kulo mbuzo.
I've answered.
May I just ask the question again, Mrs. Siminya, please?
Want to say something?
Ndibuza umbuzo futhi.
Want to say it before you ask the question or afterwards?
My worry is a possible, perhaps inadvertently, but a possible suggestion of. I'll just go back to the original question that Commissioner Hemraj asked.
Okay. Mrs. Siminya, I think the sensible way to proceed. Let Mr. Madlanga ask his question. And if you still have an objection, then you can raise it, and if you haven't, you won't.
Unikezwa ithuba umhlekazi uMadlanga okokuba aveze xa kukho into angavani nayo kodwa ke uzawunikezwa umhlekazi uMadlanga ithuba lokuba aphinde lo mbuzo phezu kwenkcazelo eyavezwa nguCommissioner uHemraj.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you received the briefing of the night of 16 August 2012, were you aware that only General Naidu and Brigadier Khalid were on the ground where the killings took place?
Awufumana ingxelo ke yenzeke ngomhla ka16 ngezinto ezenzeka emhla ka16 August. Ubonalo lwazi nalo kokuba abantu ababinje bebephaya bekungu General Naidu no Brigadier Khalid bebakhona apho yenzakele khona lento.
Were you aware of that as at the time you were given the briefing?
Ndibuza kokuba ubonolwazi ngelexesha unikezwa lengxelo ngabo.
I have answered that question.
Yena uphendula ke lo mbuzo.
I think that you're being invited to answer it again. I suggest
Okay.
you do so.
Make uphendule futhi General.
I will say yes.
Ithi ewe.
Now this takes me back to what I referred to as self-contradiction.
Apha ke maniphinde futhi ndithi le ntetho ise iphikisana ngoku nalo buyithethe.
According to what my learned colleague Ms. Pillay has recorded, your response was that you were not aware.
Boya ngentetho ebhalwe.
And Commissioner Hemraj as well. Your response was that you were not aware.
Ebhalwe ngumncedisi wami phaya uMiss Pillay nenkcazelo ke evele apha kuCommissioner uHemraj uthe wena ubongenalo ulwazi ngelo xesha.
Do you accept that you are now contradicting yourself?
Yayamkela ke intetho ukuba intetho zakho zishayisana ngoku.
I have said that the JOC is made up of a multiplicity of stakeholders, including the ones that are there. And in that regard, I would then say I am not self-contradicting.
Izawuthi ayishayisana intetho yami ngoba ndicinge ndachaza ukuba iJOC lena ingabantu abaninzi.
It may be a question for argument later as to whether the witness contradicted herself. But what I think is now clear, whether there was a contradiction earlier or not, she now says that she was aware of the point that you put to her, and I think we must proceed from there. Whether there's a contradiction or not, it can be argued later on the record. I don't think it's any point in debating it with her. She's made clear what she now says on that point, and if that's what she said before, so be it, and if it wasn't, well, we now know what she says on the point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, but could you please, I won't ask this question, I won't follow this very same line, but could you allow me to ask this one though? Still relates to the same point.
Carry on in the meanwhile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you at least, the Chairman is quite correct, this now is matter for argument, but can you at least tell the Commission why you gave the earlier contradicting answer?
I don't understand her to admit that she gave the earlier contradictory answer, so I don't see how she can answer the question.
With respect, I do not understand that, Mr. Chairman. I do not understand what the Chairman is saying. If I say something and I later say something else, I may well be in a position to explain why I'm saying different things. So let's hear the witness say, I cannot explain that.
That's a fair way of putting it either. It's open to her to say that, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't contradict myself. If she says that, that's a matter of argument whether she did or she didn't. If she says that, as far as she's concerned, she didn't contradict herself. You can't then ask her to explain why she contradicted herself, because that would be an impermissible question in the circumstances. So I think that this particular line you're following at the moment isn't helpful, and in fact is unfair to the witness.
Uthi le ndlela obuza ngayo lo mbuzo akukuncedi nganto ngoba usethethile okokuba ngokubona kwakhe akukho apho intetho zakhe zitshayisana khona. Xa umbuza ngokokuba imbangela yintoni okokuba zitshayisane intetho zakhe xa esithi akayiboni yena ngolo hlobo akunanceda nganto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now that you had some awareness, where you, or rather, what was, as at the time of the briefing, what was your awareness regarding where General Mbombo had been at the exact time the killings took place at both scenes?
Ngoku ke emva kokuba suyivile lento ubonalo na ulwazi kokuba uGeneral Mbombo wayephina yena ngeli xesha kwenzeka esi sehlakalo phaa.
At the present moment, I won't be able to say I had asked that question because
Okwangoku andinawutsho zange ndiwubuze lo mbuzo.
General Annandale?
uGeneral Annandale yena
my answer would be the same one.
Pendlo yami ifana nale yokuqala.
Lieutenant Colonel Scott?
Lieutenant Colonel Scott
My answer will be the same.
naye njalo impendulo.
So these three, you did not have any awareness of, that is in terms of their whereabouts at the time of the killings?
Aba bathathu ke awunalwazi ukuba babendawo phi ngeli xesha kwenzeka esehlakalo sokusweleka kwabantu.
My focus, I was not aware, but my focus was on the report back that I was being given.
Andinalo ulwazi kodwa ke into ndandifuna ukuyazi apho kokuba kwenzeke ntoni apho ngelo xesha.
Earlier you indicated that at the update of 17 August 2012, there were additional people.
Uyathi kwingxelo ye-17 xa bekuxelela bekukho abanye abantu asebekhona ngaphandle kwabo.
Were all the others whose names you and I have dealt with, were all of them still present during the update of 17 August 2012?
Ngale mini ke 17 abasithethe ngabo okuvele amagama abo aba babelokhu bekhona xa kwenziwa lo ngxelo ngaphandle kwalabo abanye bese befikile.
Most of them were there, even though I may not recall specific names because they were very primary to the statement.
Ninzi babo babukhona noma ngeke ndisho kuba omnye ngoba bonke babekhona ekwingxelo yalesi statement.
The additional people on the 17th, did you, at the time of the update, did you get to establish where they are or where they had been at the exact time that the killings took place?
Ababanye ke basebekhona nge-17 ngaphandle kwaba ababengoziwe. Wakwazi ukufumana okokuba bona bebandawo phi xa kwenzeka esi sehlakalo nge-16?
No.
Andizange.
At the beginning of your testimony, you gave quite an impressive resume as a manager, and I would say it appears quite an accomplished manager.
Mandithi ke ekuqaleni kwakho yewasixela okokuba uye wajonga kangakanani kwizifundo eziphathelene nobumeneja. Ndaze ndatsho namba hayi imanager enamava ke noko le.
Am I not misrepresenting your earlier professional life?
Ndibeka kakuhle indlela ephambilini professional impilo yakho yomsebenzi namava.
I have shared my qualifications, I have shared my experience.
Ndiye ndaxela amava endinawo ndaxelela nokuba izifundo ndifikele phi.
Let me test something with you based on your experience as a manager. If you are to take a decision, or if you were to take a decision on something that you either knew for a fact was a contentious issue, in the sense that there were opposing views that bore relevance to that issue, or if you did not know for a fact, you realized that there might well be such opposing facts and that the issue might well be a contentious one, would you take a decision without giving serious consideration to the opposing sides to the issue, or possible opposing sides to the issue? Would you do that?
Umbuzo uthi ke xa ufanele wenze isigqibo njengomuntu ophethe apho umphathi ungenalo ulwazi oluphelele ukuba kwenzeka ntoni apho, kodwa uvile okokuba kukho imbambano ethize apho abanye bangavumelani nento ethize, unokwazi ukuba wenze eso sigqibo ungakevisisi kakuhle okokuba aba bangavumelani nalo mbono bawubona ngoluphi uhlobo.
The question you've asked me is long and loaded. Let me try and deal with parts of it.
Lo mbuzo ondibuze wona mde gqitha, ndizawuzama okokuba ndize kancinci nawo.
Yes.
Firstly,
Kokuqala,
what we were preparing for was to account to the nation from a SAPS perspective what happened on the 17th.
into sasiyilungiselela phaya ukwenza ingxelo kwisizwe sonke egameni lika SAPS okokuba yintoni eyenzeka phaya ngalo mini.
Commissioner, I will accept I was not clear enough in my question.
Manditsho ukuba umbuzo wami ungacacile ngolo hlobo noko mandivume lo.
May I preface it by saying that I am now stepping off Marikana.
Mandithi ke ndiyasuka ngoku eMarikana.
Put it aside for a moment.
Make siyibeke ecaleni nje kwexeshanyana isehlakalo saseMarikana.
And focus on you at a time when you were a manager at the various places that were mentioned during your evidence in chief.
Ma siyeke kwezinye izindawo apho uyasebenza khona njengemanager njengomphathi phambi kokuba uze apha eMarikana.
So my question is, in the scenario that I posited, would you, in such contentious circumstances or circumstances that were in all likelihood contentious, would you take a decision without giving at least consideration, if not serious consideration, to those contentious issues?
Mandithi ke kudingeka ukuba uthathe isigqibo ke ungekho lapha uve okokuba kukho imbambano izinto ezithize apho kungavunyelwana ngazo khona, uza kusithatha isigqibo na ungakenzi unyaniseke okokuba aba bangavumelani nalento bathini nokuthi ubonisane nabo.
I would say that would depend on circumstances of the response I have to give at a particular time.
Kuzawuya ngemeko esikuyo ngelo xesha.
All right, thank you. Okay, let me come back to Marikana.
andibuye apha emarikana.
I did not get much assistance with my example. Now, you receive, and let's not forget the context. We started this line of cross-examination with me asking you whether, as you sit there today, you stand by what you said in the media release, and whether you do so without any qualification, and you said you do.
Ndithe xa ndibuza okokuba usemina kule ntetho wayiveza phaya ezindabeni ngale mini ngaphandle kwentandabuzo wathi wena ewe.
This was, or these were, two scenes of killings where 16 people were killed at the one scene, scene 1, and 18 people, although 4 of them died in hospital, 18 people were killed at the other scene, scene 2.
Mandithi apha ke isehlakalo esinjena kwisehlakalo sokuqala kwasweleka abantu abayishumi nesithandathu bathi kwesesibili kwasweleka abantu abangu-18 noma abane babo basweleka sebesesibhedlele.
You accept that?
Eyamkela loo nto.
Yes, I understand.
Ewe.
And you were aware prior to your media statement that there was a very large number of participants at the scene immediately prior to and during the killings. Not so?
Participants on the police side or participants on the striker side or both?
Both sides, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mandithi ke umbuzile ushaman ukuba unolwazi nawe yaqonda kwakupha abantu abaninzi apho bangamaqela ohlukahlukile apha ngakubaqhankqalazi nangasemapoliseni.
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyakwazi.
The evidence says, or at least some of the statements say, that the protesters themselves were in the order of 3,000, not so?
Abaqhankqalazi ngokwabo nje babe phaya kumawaka amathathu. Kunjalo?
Yes, I've noted those reports.
Ewe ndayiva loo ngxelo.
Please bear with me, please bear with me.
Xola kancinci, Mhlekazi.
And quite a large number of police, I don't have the exact number, plus minus 600?
Namapolisa amaningi abengafika phaya kumakhulu angaba 600.
Yes, could have been.
Ewe bekungenzeka.
And after a request by us evidence leaders, the South African Police Service has indicated to us that police officers in excess of 160 fired shots on the day. Do you accept that as well?
Kwisicelo esisenze kuba mele amapolisa bathi imbumbulo ezadijula ngamapolisa ngalo mini ziyagqitha ku160. Uvumelana nalo ntetho?
I'm not able to put my finger on that, and I'm sure my commanders would be able to respond to that.
Ndicinga okokuba iikomanda zam zizo ezizokwazi okokuba zinike loo ngxelo. Mna ngokwami andikwazi ukuba ndingathi inyani noma akuyonjalo.
But I assume that you must at least have perused the presentation by SAPS, did you not?
Ndinethemba okokuba ipresentation ingxelo yenziwa nguSAPS ebhale phantsi wayijonga.
I have.
Ewe.
And you must have seen from that a very large number of rounds of sharp ammunition were fired, not so?
Wabona okokuba kuye kwadutshula imbumbulo ezizentsimbi ezibulalayo ezininzi.
Yes.
Ewe.
From that and the large number of deaths, I'm sure you would accept at least, even if you do not know the number, that there must have been a fairly large number of police officers who fired shots at the protesters, wouldn't you?
Ngaloo ngxelo ke uzawuvumelana nami ukuba maninzi amapolisa ajongisa akhulula urhuluwa phezu kwabantu.
The reports, the data, as representatives, as facts, I noted in our presentation.
Eyavezwa ibhaliwe kwi-presentation yethu ukuba wenzeka ntoni.
No, I'm asking about your own take based on the facts that I have put to you. So many rounds, a large number, in fact, very large number of rounds of sharp ammunition were fired. A total of 34 people were killed, and plus, minus, or even in excess of 70 people were injured. And all that I'm putting to you is, would you accept that?
Ndibuza nje okokuba wena ngokakho xa ubona uzayamkela lento ukuba kwadubula amapolisa amaningi xa sibala ubuninzi bembumbulo ezadutyulwa apho nabantu abasweleka naba benzakala.
Cumulatively, those facts indicate that a relatively large number of police officials must have fired shots.
Xa sithatha yonke lento ke njengokuba yenzekile nje kufanele samkele ukuba maninzi amapolisa adubula
At the protesters. Will you accept that?
bejongise kwaba baqhankqalazi.
Perhaps what would assist me to be able to deal with an appropriate response to this matter, given the fact that I've already said that the commanders who are in operations are better fit to understand that and to answer that. When you say maninzi, there are many, what context should I use?
If you use the word many, what xa uthi maninzi kufanele ndicinga ukuthini ndithe mna abantu abanokwazi okokuba bakwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo ngokugcweleyo ngaba bebaphethe phaya iikhomanda zam.
Do you have a copy of the
I can look for it.
the presentation, Exhibit L, the General?
Yes, I have.
But before I go there, or before I take you there, before I take you there, let me ask this question.
Basiyapho manibuze ngombuzo ngolu hlobo.
General, you repeatedly say that the commanders, your commanders, are the people best placed to respond to my questions.
You buza uthi zikomanda zakho ezinokwazi ukuba uphendule ngendlela lembuzo endibuzayo.
You yourself have said that this was not only a tragedy, but that it is one that was unprecedented, not so?
Andithi yavela ngawe lento commissioner ukuba intlekele njengalena enye ezange kiyenzeke apha kulo mhlaba wethu.
And in this regard, I refer you to paragraph 4 of your statement. I hope there is no difference in the content of that paragraph. Do you want to look at that?
Mandize apha kwi-statement sakho paragraph 4 ndiyathemba kokuba akusiso esi.
You are correct.
Ewe right up.
It must have been quite crucial, if not important, for you to establish for yourself as the National Commissioner of the South African Police what actually happened at Marikana.
Andithi bekuyinto ebaluleke gqitha kokuba wena ngokwakho uzitholele ulwazi kokuba kahle hle yintoni eyenzeka phaya eMarikana.
Is that not so?
Akunjalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And I have established,
Ndiyenzile ke lonto.
and that is the statement I gave on the 17th.
Ndanikeza eso statement ngomhla ka-17.
From the responses that you give, the distinct impression I get, National Commissioner, is that you do not have any detail at all on what actually happened.
Xa ndikubuza imibuzo ke ndiva nezimpendulo zakho Commissioner, ndiva engathi kawunalwazi olupheleleyo kokuba nyani yintoni eyenzeka phaa.
What is your comment to that?
That proposition,
What is your comment?
no, Chair, that proposition cannot be correct.
His impression, he's asking whether she agrees. I think that... there's no
Any
wrong with that.
detail, Chair.
He's putting that's his impression. If she doesn't agree, she can say so. If she does agree, she can also say so. It may not be an impression that you have,
Let
but
me-
it may not be a
let
correct
me-
one. But anyway, let her comment.
My learned friend seems to quarrel with any. Let me excise any from what I said.
Mandibeke ngolu hlobo njengoba umhlekazi Siminya ethi xa ndithi mina akanalwazi tu ngale nto.
Any detail is too wide. Perhaps something like finer detail would be a more accurate way of stating your impression, if that is your impression.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Comment is whether that's an impression which is justified.
Thank you. Perhaps let me do it this way.
Mandibeke ngolu hlobo.
Let me take you back to page 2 of Exhibit FFF5, the press statement.
Xa siza apha kwi-statement esepress, Exhibit FFF5.
You remember that in response to a question that I asked, you were not in a position to tell me whether what you say in the penultimate paragraph of page 2 happened at scene 2 or not. Do you remember
Xa
that?
ndikubuza kokuba le ntetho uthetha ngayapha ngasekugqibeleni kwi-page yesibini uthe kawunalo ulwazi ukuba yenzeka kwisehlakalo sokuqala noma kwesesibini.
I remember that.
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula loo ntetho.
And do you remember that either in response to that question or some other question that sought to elicit detail from you, you said that you are not in a position to answer that question and that your commanders are best suited or placed to answer?
Kuthe kwimibuzo elandela le ntetho ke ndathi uma ndikubuza wathi wena hayi apha awuba unalwazi abantu abazokuba nokwazi ukuba baphendule ngokugqibeleleyo ziikhomanda ezi bezilapho.
Yes, I did say so.
Ewe ndithethe kanjalo.
And do you remember that you gave that same response when I asked you whether you would accept, based on facts that I put to you and suggested that cumulatively they suggest that there must have been a large number of police officers who fired shots. Do you remember that in response to that question as well, you said that it is your commanders who are best placed to respond to that question?
Uyakhumbula ke emva kokuba ndibuze le mibuzo lena ndathi kwasweleka abantu abangaka kwadudula imbumbulu ezingaka ndathi kuwe kuyabonisa ukuba maninzi amapolisa adubula ejongise ezihleleni kwabaqhankqalazi wathi wena abantu abanokuphendula lowo mbuzo ziikomanda ezazilapho.
I'm not sure whether my response to you to say, when we say large, in which context, because you were talking to your colleague, I didn't, and then you were going to go to this thing, because I started asking, when we talk about large police and those finer details, I asked in what context are we saying large?
Ndiye ndabuza kokuba xa uthi abaninzi amapolisa ubuchaza ukuthini wasuthetha nabancedisi bakho uzange usabuya kima uzange uchaza kokuba uthetha ngamapolisa amaninzi uthetha ngesibalo esingakanani.
Please bear with me, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
I'm sure you about this figure that you gave me. Phela uxolo phaya ku-commissioner kugcina isihlalo ne-commissioners basajonga phaya.
And in response to a question that is recorded by Ms. Pillay as follows. Subs have indicated to us, the evidence leaders, that police officers fired in excess of 160 shots on the day. You said, I am not able to put my finger on that. My commanders can comment.
Ngiyakhumbula okokuba uthe xa ucela okokuba amapolisa adubula imbumbulu ezingu-160 wathi andinawubeka umnwe wami kuloo ndawo abantu abangakwazi ukuphendula ngokucacileyo ziikhomanda zam.
Do you remember saying so?
Khumbula loo ntetho ivela kuwe?
I think that's not right, Mr. Blanco. I think it's 160 at least policemen fired shots. The number of shots was substantially in excess of that, as appears inter alia from slide 211 of Exhibit L.
That's where I was referring the witness. Thank you, Ms. When I said she must please take out this, I was to refer her to slides 211 and...
Jonga apha ku Exhibit L, slide 211.
I'm sorry, another way to do it.
And 257.
Another way to do it is to look at the various groups that are summarized in slides. It's effectively 138 and following, where one can see the numbers of TRT members and NIU members and so on, all of whom I take it were armed.
Uthi umgcini sihlalo apha ke kucacile okokuba ngamapha amapolisa adubula eziphi imbumbulu ngeliphi iqela lamapolisa ladubula eziphi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But in any event, I'll step off that, Mr. Chairman.
Should bring this point to conclusion. Seeing you're busy with slide 211 and 257, what they indicate is that well over 500 bullets were fired. The 284 sharp point ammunition were expended at scene 1 and 268 at scene 2. One adds the two together, one sees that it's well over 500. That's essentially the point you're making. And then if you look at the listing of the various people who were there at the time, which is the reference I gave earlier, which is it really starts at 136, but in subsequent slides you get the number of TRT people, NIU people, STF people and so on, all of whom obviously were armed. One can pretty clearly see that there were several hundred armed policemen on the scene, able to fire off sharp ammunition. And then when one looks at slides 211 and 257, one sees that it was well over 500 bullets that were fired. That's the point, isn't it? I think in fairness to the witness, if one gives her those references, she can see, and then she should be able to give an answer, certainly at this stage, based on the information available.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner intetho esithetha ngayiveze apha kwi-exhibit luzokwazi ukuba ajonge okokuba amapolisa aphi kuthiwa adubula ezingabi izimbumbulu.
General, look at slide 212 in Exhibit L.
Slide 212, sir.
211, 211. Do you see there that it's headed munitions expended at scene 1. You see that?
Uyabona apha kusetshenzwa khona ba phaya kwisehlakalo sokuqala kwasebenzisa imbumbulu ezingabi. Ewe.
And it gives the total numbers of the police officers who fired the shots, and against TRT, the slide gives the total 45. Do you see that?
Asijonga apa kumapolisa e-TRT ngasekugqibeleni bathi babengu 45 ubuninzi babo.
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
And in the next entry, public order police, you see the total 55.
Kulandelayo aba be-POP bangu 55.
Yes, I do.
And
Ewe.
at the bottom, against total, in respect of sharp point ammunition, there's the total 284.
Yes, I see that.
Now let us go.
Kuthiwa imbumbulu ezibukhali ezasetshenziswa yi-284.
Now let us go to slide 257.
Siza slide 257.
And this slide is headed Munitions Expended at Scene 2.
Akusetshenziswa imbumbulu ezasetshenziswa kwisehlakalo sesibini.
Against NIU, there's a total 24 police officers.
National Intervention Unit bebangu 24.
Dog unit or K9, total of 13.
K9 ababezinja bese babonke bangu 13.
The TRT, 11.
Ababe TRT babengu 11.
Public Order Police, 15.
Abe POP babengu 15.
And then the total given in respect of sharp point ammunition is 268. You see that?
Apha ke kuthiwa imbumbulu ezibukhali ezasetshenziswa zazingu 268.
You see all of that?
Yes, I've seen it.
Ewe ndiyayibona yonke le nto.
And my question was, if you look at that, but of course, as I realized, as at the time of the briefing, you would not probably not have known these exact numbers that are being given here.
Ndiyavuma ukuba ngeliya xesha bekuxelela ubungeke ube nolwazi lezi balo ezinikezwe apha.
Can I just take one step back and again try to put the proposition that I put to you, which was that
Mandithi ke ukuthatha umva kancinci ndibuze lo mbuzo bendiwubuzile.
looking at, just a minute. Please bear with me, Commissioners. Okay. Looking at the large number of people that were killed, 16 at scene 1, 18 at scene 2, in excess of 70 injured, and the fact that, as we know, there was a large number of police that were armed with firearms. Would you not accept, looking at those facts, or what I'm putting to you cumulatively, would you not have realized, at the time you received your briefing, would you not have realized that there must have been a large number of police officers who fired shots at scenes 1 and 2 on the 16th of August?
Umbuzo ke yilo ulandelayo kokuba masiphinde umva ke ngoku sithi xa sijonga abantu abasweleka apho 16 ne18 70 abonzakala nebuninzi bamapolisa obukade bulapho kwezi zindawo zimbini. Uzawuvumelana nami xa ndithi maninzi amapolisa adubula imbumbulu ezijongise kwaba baqhankqalazi?
If the 17th is the point of context,
Xa sithetha ngento eyenzeke nge-17
I would have known the number of police that were there in the operation.
bendizawuba nalo ulwazi lokwazi uba bebangaki amapolisa asewonke apho kuloo operation.
But on the morning of the 17th,
Kodwa ke kusasa nge-17
I would not have known the statistics that you are sharing with me now.
bendingenalo olu lwazi ondinikeza lona ngoku.
Please just repeat what it is that you say you would have known as at the 17th of August.
Khawundiphindela uthi yintoni ulwazi oluthini bozawuba nalo ngomhla ka-17?
We would know that there were over 600 police that were in the Marikana operation.
Besizoba nolwazi lokuba amapolisa abephaya kwi-operation yasemarikane abegqitha 600,000 ngobuninzi.
And of them, you had no idea how many fired shots.
Phakathi kwabo ke sebabonke ungeke wazi okokuba bangaphi abadubuli.
On the morning of the 17th,
Sasa nge-17
the Joint Operations Center would still be calculating and taking statistics. I do not think that we would have had this finite detail.
besingeke sibe nolwazi olugqibeleleyo lokokuba kwenzeka ntoni ngoba i-Joint Operation Center ibe sebhizi senza ezo zibalo.
And you had no idea what story or version each one of the police officers who fired shot would give once they had been identified, did you?
Ubongenalo ulwazi okuba incazelo ezawunikeza ngelinye nelinye ipolisa ladubula ibizawuthini.
Yes.
Ewe.
You also had no idea what story or version each and every one of the participants who were there and who witnessed the killings would give, did you?
Ubongeke kube nalo ulwazi ukuba incazelo ebezonikezwa ngomnye nomnye wabo bantu babethatha inxaxheba apho yayizawuthini yayizawuthi wena ubone ntoni.
I would know what the members of the Joint Operations Center would tell me, but when you talk about individuals, it's a different situation.
Xa uthetha ngabanye abantu beningeke into eyohlukileleyo kodwa ke aba beba ku-Joint Operation Center bebazokwazi ukuba bandixelele ukuba kwenzeke ntoni.
Are you saying that police at the Joint Operations Center would have known what version each and every one of the protesters who had witnessed the killings would give? Are you saying that the people at the JOC knew that?
Uthi general aba bejok bebazawuba nalo ulwazi lencazelo yokuthi omnye nomnye wabaqhankqalazi ababone lento phaya incazelo yabo ibithini. Aba bejok bebazoba nalo ololwazi ngelo xesha.
No, I was understanding your question to say, would they know what the police had done? If I misunderstood you about the protesters, they would not know.
Abaqhankqalazi bebangeke babe nalo ulwazi uba incazelo yabaqhankqalazi ithini. Thetha mna ngamapolisa ukuba ijok ibizokwazi ukuba incazelo yamapolisa ithini.
And if the people at the JOC did not know that version, that is the version of the protesters, needless to say, there is no way that you would know that version, not so?
Xa aba bejok bebangazi ke incazelo yabaqhankqalazi phaya aba bantu bebaqhankqalaza banganalwazi ukuba bona bayichaza wena ubungenalo ubungeke ukuba ube nalo olo lwazi.
Yes.
Ewe.
Do you, as you sit there now, do you know what the versions of the several protesters are? Do you know what those versions are as of today?
Xa uhleli apha ngoku uyazazi ke uyazi incazelo evela kwabaqhankqalazi ukuba bathini bona.
Can you repeat your question?
Xa ungaphinda umbuzo wakho mhlekazi.
Earlier I was asking you about the position as at the time of the briefings that you received on 16 and 17 August, and I was asking whether your commanders knew what the versions of each one of the protesters was regarding the killings, and you said not. And I then asked you whether you agreed that it was obvious that you yourself then would not have known what that version is. And still I was focusing at the 16th and 17th of August. And again you accepted that you would not have known that version. Do you accept that that is the evidence?
Uyayamkela into yokuba xa ndibuzo kokuba nge-16 nange-17 aba bejok bebangazo kokuba inkcazelo yaba abantu babeqhankqalaza yintoni. Ngako ndathi kuwe ke ngoba aba beJosi bebengenalo olwazi wena ngokubongenandlela yokuba ungaba nolwazi kokuba baqhankqalaza bayichaza ngandlela ntoni bona lento. Usatsho nango?
Maybe let me understand. Are we talking about the versions of the protesters?
Yes, protesters. I started with the police, but now I've moved from the police. And police specifically, my last question or questions related to those who fired shots. I've moved from that, and I'm now dealing with the versions of the protesters who witnessed the killings. Am I correct in saying that your evidence is that your commanders did not know, as at 16 and 17 August, what the versions of those protesters were?
Ibeka ngolo hlobo kokuba nge-16 nange-17 iikhomanda ezezazilapho zazingekeva zona ngokwazo ukuba qhankqalazo kokuba aba bayibonile le nto ukuba bona bayichaza ngoluphi uhlobo.
I should not answer for those commanders. They would answer for themselves, but I did not know.
Mna ke bendingenazo ulwazi kodwa andinawuphendula ke egameni lee-commanders ezaziphendulela zona.
Did they suggest to you that they knew?
Bake basho kuwe mhlawumbe ukuba bayazi ukuba bathini aba bantu babepha entabeni.
That is, that they knew those versions? Did they, did they suggest to you as at 16 and 17 August 2012?
16, 17 xa bekuxelela bayiveza into okokuba bona njengekomanda bayazi ukuba inkcazelo yabaqhankqalazi ithini.
No, they did not, and I did not ask them.
Abazange nam ngokwamandizange ndibabuze.
General, the distinct impression that I get, and this is what we will submit at the end of the commission proceedings, is that you rushed to issue a press statement that absolved the South African Police Service from any wrongdoing without having taken steps to consider possible opposing versions. You rushed headlong. I'm saying this with all due respect, but you rushed headlong and issued that statement in such circumstances. What's your comment to that?
Umhlekazi Madlangu ibeka ku-commissioner lento kokuba uthi ndibeka ngenkulu inhlonipho apha ku-general kokuba wenza impazamo yokokuba asheshe angxame ayoveza emaphepheni akhusela izenzo ebezingafanelanga ezamapolisa engakabi nolwazi oluphelele kakuhle kokuba yintoni hlehle eyenzekile apha. Linkazelo yakhe kukuzama ukukhusela amapolisa.
I cannot vouch for or dispute what you see as your judgment of this, but I shall say to you that I did not rush. And what I did was based on the information given by my commanders who were in the JOC and on the ground. The bona fides of which I believed. Unless I am proven otherwise, I believed that and I made the statement on the basis of that.
Phandle kokuba kukho ubungqina ke obuzawuphikisana nento endiyixelelayo ndayenza ndinaloo nkolelo okokuba iyinyaniso loo nto.
And if there is evidence suggesting that the content of your press statement was in fact incorrect, will you accept that?
Uzayamkela ke le ntetho?
That is indeed so. That is, your press statement is not containing the true facts.
Uzawuvumelana nami ke xa ndithi xa kungavela ubungqina obuzawukhombisa okokuba i-statement esewasenza phaya kumaphephandaba asiyonyani epheleleyo.
I would still say at the time when I did this, the bona fides of the information that I was given by the commanders that were out there.
Ndizawuthi kwimpendulo yami ke ndandinenkolelo epheleleyo ndikholwa okokuba le nto endiyixelele ziikhomanda zam iyinyaniso. Ndayithetha phansi kwaloo meko.
General, I'm not quarreling with the bona fides of the generals and commanders that briefed or updated you. The issue that I'm raising relates to you as the person who had to relay information not only to the nation but to the world at large as to what had happened at Marikana when 34 people were killed on 16 August 2012. That is what I am talking about.
Into endithetha ngayo ke yile yavezwa nguwe phaya eyayingeyona inyani epheleleyo eyavezwa kumhlaba wonke jikelele nakubakhi nabahlali kweli lethu nabanye ngaphesheya kungeyona into eyenze eyinyaniso njengoba ivele.
Bona fides aside,
aphandle kokuthi inkolelo yakho yayithini kwelo xesha,
did you not think that on a matter of such gravity,
uzange ufike na ucinga ukuba into ezaza ngolu hlobo
unprecedented as you call it,
engazange isiyenzeke apha kulo mhlaba wodamkhulu,
you should have taken time? I'm not saying take forever,
uthatha ixesha,
but you should have taken time to consider what others that had knowledge of what had taken place had to say on the subject. Did you not consider that the proper course to take?
awuzange ucinga uba into efanele kokuba usumamele weva ukuba bathini aba uthatha ixesha umamele uve nabanye abayibone ngenye indlela lento kokuba yenzeka ntoni phambi kokuba uyipapashe?
Our statement and the facts at hand were well considered, and it was important for us from a South African Police Service to give an account as at the 17th of what we have observed had happened. And that is the statement we gave on the 17th.
Statement esasinikeza ke thina ngumbono wethu njengamapolisa ase-SAP sichaza lento njengoba yayenzekile ngendlela ndandixelele ngayo.
Well considered, but based on information received by you from only 2 people that you know to have been at the scene of the killings, and the rest being people who might well not have been at the scene of the killings, and you say the information was well considered.
Uthi le ngxelo wawe yayicingisise kakuhle kuyingxelo nje ifumane kubantu ababini nje qha abebekhona apho kokwenzeka esisenzo, ababanye babenabo kwakungenzeka kokuba abakho nokubakho kulandawo xa senzeka esisenzo. Wacinga kokuba into efanele uyamkele leyo.
I'm on record saying the statement of the 17th is a collaborative product of the Joint Operations Center. The Joint Operations Center is a center that was responsible for the entire operation, which involves everything that we as subs were doing in Marikana.
Ndiye ndavela phaa kwirekhodi ndithetha okokuba le ngxelo ivela kwi-Joint Operations and i-Joint Operations Center ngabo bonke abantu babe kule ndawo yentlekele ebabebe kokuba bajonge bayithetha le nto ngokuhlangana.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mawundlungise apha xa ndenza iphutha.
In response to, not to my last question, but to the one before,
Umbuzo wami ophambilini ayilo gqibela.
you mentioned the 17th. The impression I got was that you were saying that as at 17 August 2012, what you said in your press statement was what the facts were, or what you understood the facts to be. I'm paraphrasing and I'm saying, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Ndilungise xa ndenza mhlawumbe impazamo. Uthe lento thetho wayithetha nge-17 yintetho owawuthi uxelelwa okokuba zizehlakalo ezenzeka phaya.
Yes, I did say.
Yes, ewe nditshilo kanjalo.
Is that a recognition of the possibility that post 17 August 2012, the picture might have changed and you might have come to understand the position differently?
Uyavuma kokokuba ukube lento wayiva emva komhla ka-17 usufumene nenye ingxelo beyingajika lento kulento wawuyibeke ngayo usufumene ezinye inkcazelo.
I would like you to ask that question again.
Xa ungamphinda lo mbuzo futhi mhlekazi.
If you say that as at 17 August 2012, you understood the true facts to be what you said in your press statement on 17 August 2012, is that suggestive of an acceptance that post 17 August 2012, the picture might well have changed?
Uyavumelana nami kwa le ngxelo ubungayenzanga nge-17 walinda intsukwana buzawufumana enye ingxelo ebeyingahle iphendule lento iguqule lento ubuyithetha phaya nge-17.
Picture in the sense of your understanding of the facts.
Apha ndithetha ngomfanekiso kokokuba umfanekiso wawuzawuguquka kule nto wawuyive nge-17.
I would prefer for those facts to be presented to me to be able to say whether I accept or I don't.
Ndizawuthanda okokuba ivezwe ke leyo ngxelo ukuba iyayithini ndizokwazi ukuba ndivumelane ndithi ewe noma hayi.
Must I take that to mean that you are saying, even as of today, according to you, the facts, the true facts, are exactly as you stated them in your press statement of 17 August 2012? Is that what you mean by your last answer?
Ndithatha ukuthi kude kube namhlanje njengoba ulana nje usemi kulaa ntetho yakho kokuba le nto yenzeka njengoba wayichaza phaya ngomhla ka-17.
I shall try again to answer the way you have asked me. You've asked me.
Ndizawuzama ukuphendula njengoba undibuza.
You asked me about the statement of the 17th. I have said, you have asked me whether I have changed or I'm still saying the statement of the 17th remains the same. I have answered that.
Ndiyenda uphendula ke lo mbuzo. Uye wandibuza kokuba ndisemina kulaa ntetho ndayenza nge-17 noma mhlawumbe khona uguquko oluthize ndithi mna hayi ndisemi njengoba ndandiyibekile ngomhla ka-17.
And what I'm understanding you to say to me now,
Ndiva usithi ngoku,
if there are new facts, would I still stand by my statement of the 17th?
xa kungavela intetho ezintsha ngoku kuvele ubungqina obutsha ngoku ndizawumana kule ntetho yam.
And I'm just saying, if I'm presented
apho.
with those, then I will then be able to answer you appropriately.
Xa ingavezwa leyo nto kokuba kukho ingxelo ethi entsha ndizawujonga leyo ntetho ndikwazi ukuphendula ke apho.
It is more your own understanding of the facts that I am interested in, General.
General, into endifuna ukuyazi ke ukuqonda kwakho kokuba wena uyiqonda
I think
kanjani.
there may be a misunderstanding between the two of you. You are talking, as I understand you, about facts that haven't been disclosed to you previously, and you were saying that if new facts come to your attention now, you may well say something about what you said on the 17th of August, because it may have to be changed. But what Mr. Madlanga is concerned with, not facts that you may learn about in the future later, but about facts that you have already learnt about since the 17th. Is that correct? So what he's asking you, as I understand it, is have you become aware, or have you had drawn to your attention, since you issued that statement on the 17th of August, facts which cast a different light upon what you said? Is that a fair summary of the question?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. May I perhaps just try to abbreviate it this way? Commissioner, I do realize that the press statement is shorn of detail. That I realize. But broad as it may be, are you saying as of today, the facts of what happened at Marikana are as you have represented them in your media statement? That is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't think you could ask her that. You could ask her to her knowledge, is that the position?
Yes, let's add that, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to you.
Siyongeze ngokuthi ngolwazi lwakho ke general. Lento iloku isemi kula ngxelo njengoba wayibekile ngomhla ka17 kude kube namhlanje usakholelwa kokuba lento ethe uxele yona iloku isenjalo akukho guquko oluthize osonalo ngokwengqondweni.
To the best of my knowledge and information, what I presented on the 17th were the facts.
Olwami ke ulwazi olupheleleyo into endayithetha ngomhla ka17 kwakuyinyaniso.
And it is for that reason that in response to an earlier question you said that you are not moving an inch from what you said in your press statement. You are not qualifying it a bit. Is that the reason?
Ngako uthe xa ubuzwa apha wathi nangoku usemi kula ntetho yakho owayiveza wayixelela abonondaba nge17. Akukho kutshintsho onalo.
I responded to you to say if there are facts that are put forward to me, that would help me to respond to your question oppositely, because just now to say I am changing based on what?
Andithi ndiyaguquka ngokukhulula intoni ngoba ayikho into esebekiwe kimi okokuba nansi into enzeka xa kungabekwa loo nto apha phambi kwami ndizokwazi ukuba ngicinge mhlawumbe ndikwazi ukuphendula ngenye indlela.
No, I'm not suggesting that you are changing, General. Quite the opposite. I am saying you are actually not changing from what you said in your press statement because you are still of the view that on your own knowledge or based on your own knowledge, the facts remain the same.
Nditsho kanjalo ke general kuba andisho kokuba kukho into itshintshayo ndithi usemi kulaa ntetho yakho yange17 ngoba ngokuya kwakho nangoku imeko iloku lento incazelo isemi njengoba woyivezile mhla ka17
the same as they were stated in and contained in your press statement.
Njengoba wawuyiveze kwi-press statement yakho njengoba wawuxelele wade wayiveza kwi-press statement sakho iloku isemi ngolo hlobo lento.
I'll try again.
So zama futhi.
To the best of my knowledge.
Ngokwazi ke kwami iloku injalo.
And to the best of the information I was given then.
Ngengxelo endandiyifumene ngolo hlobo.
The facts that were sitting in the statement
Lento eyayivezwe apha kwi-statement
were informed by that information, and that represents the facts as I understood them by the 17th.
Yayibekwe phezu kwengxelo endandixelele yona eyayavela ke mhla zingu-17.
And that understanding has never changed, remains the same today.
Kude kube namhlanje usakholelwa okokuba iloku injalo lento.
I have then said
Nasendithi ke
I would appreciate knowledge of new facts, because that then would then say there are other facts that you didn't know on the 17th, which are this and this, because then I would be able to respond appropriately.
No,
to say to you, I accept and not accepting in a vacuum makes it difficult for me.
No, General.
Ndingakwamkela noma ndingamukeli xa kungekho enye ingxelo evelayo ethi kwaye kwenzeka oku noku ndikwazi ukucinga ndikwazi ukuphendula phezu kwalawo ngxelo esendixelelwe yona.
No, General, nothing takes us to any vacuum. I am asking you about your own knowledge.
Ndibuza ngolwakho ulwazi, General.
What I am debating with you is whether you say even as of today, the knowledge that you had as at 17 August 2012 remains the same. That is the question. It has nothing to do with possible new facts.
Andithethi ngezinto ezintsha ezizawuvela ndibuza okokuba ulwazi onalo njenganamhlanje uloku semi kulaa ntetho uyiveze nge-17 okokuba iloku isinjalo le nto kude kube ngoku.
Let me say I have tried to answer this question to the best of my understanding. If I have missed that understanding, it means I'm failing to answer it.
Mandithi ndizame ngayo yonke indlela ukuba ndiwuphendule lo mbuzo njengoba ndiwuva. Xa kuthi mhlawumbe khona apho ndiye ndaphanza khona ukuva kakuhle.
Can I
ndiyawuxola.
put the question, so I understand what Mr. Madlanga is trying to convey to you. If I'm wrong, he'll correct me.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo uyizayibeka ngolu hlobo ke yena.
Have you, since the 17th of August, had facts brought to your attention which cause you to think that what you said on the 17th was not accurate in some respects, and that you would not have said what you did say on the 17th if those facts had been brought to your attention? Has anything of that kind been brought to your attention between the 17th and now? That's your question, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Uyabulela kumhlekazi umgcinisihlalo njengoba emva. Uthi ke umhlekazi umbuzo yilokho. Kwathi nge-17 waveza le ngxelo wayibeka. Emva koko kukho enye into eyavezwa naku ukuba kwaye kwenzeka noku apho ubona khona okokuba xa iyinyaniso le nto endixelelwa yona ngoku kwakungafanelanga ndiyibeke ngolu hlobo mhla ka-17.
I do stand by the statement that I gave by the 17th.
Ndimile kulaa ntetho endayibeka ngomhla ka-17.
That's the answer, isn't it? I think it's appropriate for us to take the adjournment. Until when do you suggest we take the adjournment?
Can we just deal with this little statement which we handed up?
You want to deal with it now?
Nje phambi kokuba kuyiwe.
Right, well, we'll have to bear that in mind when we fix the resumption time.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Bulela kakhulu mhlekazi. Funa nje ukuba ndithi jonga nini kwesi statement ndisikhuphe ngoku.
I want to lay emphasis to.
I take it this is triple F6. Will be.
Chair, it would be triple F7.
What is triple F6?
It's the tribute at the funeral, the tribute read at the funeral of Warrant Officer Lipaku.
I see. All right, thank you.
I will preface the questions that I'm going to ask by laying emphasis on what the chairman said in articulating my last question. The chairman referred to the issue of whether new facts ever came to your attention. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula okokuba uchairman uyayichaza ke lento esithi emva kokuba usenzile le statement ngesebi kukho enye ingxelo entsha eyavela nakuwe.
Apologies, I was just looking for my pen.
Yes.
Xolele bendijonga amaphepha apha. Awungaphinda umbuzo.
Oh,
It's got a copy of Exhibit triple
Yes, I do.
F7.
I'm advised so, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
We do have it.
I was saying, General, I will preface the questions that I'm going to ask by making reference to a point that was made by the chairman in articulating my last question. The
Wamogcina uye wachazwa nguchairman ngendlela ecacileyo wathi
The chairman referred to the question whether any new facts had come to your attention post 17 August 2012. You remember?
uzo kokuba kukho enye ingxelo oye wayiva yabakhona na emva kokuba emva komhla ka-17 sesenziwe esi statement.
You remember that?
Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
Yes, I do.
Ewe, ndiyayikhumbula.
Now, before you, you have the statement of Mr. Henrich, it's Wouter Meiberg. The Henrich ends with a CH.
About the statements ka Hendrik Wouter Meiberg.
And he says that he was one of the police officers that were posted at Marikana on 16 August 2012. You see that?
Uthi ongomnye wamapolisa bethunyele apha eMarikana ngale mini mhla ka-16 August. Uyayibona loo nto? Ewe.
And he is with the K9 unit. You see that
Uthi ke
in paragraph.
uMeiberg ukula mapolisa ekuthiwa yi-K9 wezinja.
I know that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto?
And in the second paragraph of paragraph 2, he says, we were briefed by Major General Naidu for our duties at the Kopis, searching for firearms and weapons, and as we approached the scene at the Kopis from the southern side, there were miners shooting at us. See that?
Uthi babexelele uGeneral Naidu kokuba babheke phaa eKopi bajonge basetshe kokuba kukho mphi nezixhobo ezilapho. Bathe xa bavela kweli cala leKopi kwaqhamuka abaqhankqalazi bebhekisa imbumbulu bebadubula.
I emerged from the vehicle and took cover behind the driver and passenger doors as I moved to see clearly who is shooting at us.
Ndaphuma ke ndathi ukusithela kweli cala emva kadriver kwisitulo sikadriver umnyango kadriver ndifuna ukubona uba ngobani kakuhle aba basidubulayo.
And then in paragraph 3 he says, after most of the shooting had stopped, of course he says has, I entered into Kopis searching for suspects to arrest.
Uthi emva kokuba sekuphele okukudubula obesephuma ke sengena phaa eKopini ayojonga abantu abakrokrelekayo ukuba babanjwe.
I found about 3 injured people lying down and turned away from them searching for other suspects.
Uthi ndafumana abantu abathathu apho abanzakele belele phansi ndagqitha apha kubo ndijonga abanye.
I suddenly heard a gunshot behind me. As I turned, I saw an NIU constable who is unknown to me putting his side firearm in his leg holster while he was standing next to the injured I first met, who was having a jersey wrapped around his arm.
Uthi ke lo upolisa uthe kusenjalo esejonga phaya weva qhuma imbumbulu apha emva xa ethi uyajika uyabheka ufumana lipolisa le-National Intervention Unit constable angamazi kokuba ngubani ke lo mntu. Uthi ngelo xesha ejika uthi le ndoda yayifaka umpwayo apha kwiholster esemlenzeni yayigqiba ukudubula nje umntu owayefake ijezi eliround apha esandleni wayelele phansi. Uthi ngomnye walabantu bengigqithe kubo abalime abenzakele apha.
I asked the NIU constable what is going on. He replied by saying they deserve to die, and he moved away.
Uthi ndathi xa ndimbuzo emfondini wenza ntoni apha wathi hayi zifanele ukufa bafanele ukufa aba bantu. Uthi wasuka apho wahamba.
I cannot identify him facially, and I could not read his surname on his name tag.
Uthi angeke akwazi ukumolatha lo mntu apha ebusweni enye into akakwazanga nokufunda i-name tag yakhe lena eyayikuye.
Now, assuming the facts stated by Mr. Meiberg to be correct or true.
Objection, Chair.
Masithi ke lento ethethwa nguMeiberg apha basingathatha kokuba iyinyaniso. Uthi umhlekazi uBerger hayi make sime kancinci apho.
What appears in the statement are allegations, they're not facts.
Uthi umhlekazi uSiminya lento evela apha kakubo mnina intetho nje khona.
To avoid your objection. Mr. Madlanga, would you like to rephrase your question so that...
Assuming
so that
the
Mr. Mende won't-
allegations, and thanks to Mr. Smenya for the English lecture, assuming
uthi uyaxolisa okokuba afundise
the
umhlekazi
allegations
ngesi.
contained in paragraph 3 of this statement to be correct,
Asingayithatha le ntetho evezwa ngulo mfo apha kokuba iyinyaniso.
I want to get an idea of the inference that you draw from them.
Ndifuna ukwazi kokuba ubuzawucinga ntoni ke ngale nto oyiva ngabo.
What, if anything, do you think the NIU constable had done?
Uthini ke ucinga ukuba le NIU constable apha iyayenza ntoni?
Looking at those allegations in their totality,
Asasi
what is your own inference as to what had just happened there?
xa uzicingela wena ke general ba yintoni le kahle yayisenzeka apho xa sijonga yonke le ntetho ivela apha.
Not being a lawyer and being asked this type of questions,
Ndingeyona ke indoda ndingena wena ummeli nale mbuzo ndibuzwa yona apha.
and using things as allegations, suggestions, it makes it very difficult for me at a serious occasion like this, when we're dealing with such a very emotional and sensitive matter.
Kuyinto uzaza ngolu hlobo ndibuzwe into enamagama emithetho endingakwazi ukuyichaza kakuhle.
I would be very cautious to use the allegations to express my opinion.
Andinawutsho kokuba xa kuveza izinto ezinjengalezo ndizawuthi owam umbono uthini.
Do the allegations, even at their lowest, do the allegations not tend to indicate that the NIU constable might well have shot at one of the injured protesters?
Kayivezi nakancinci nje lento xa uyifunda apho kokuba eli polisa le NIU lalidubula omnye waba bantu babenzakele oyelele apho phansi.
I do not know.
Andiyazi.
If allegations like these were to be brought to your attention, would you not consider that at the very least they warranted investigation if they were to be brought to your attention?
Xa intetho enjengalena ibiveziwe ke kuwe bowungeke ube nengcingo zokuba make iphandwe lento.
They would warrant an investigation.
Ewe bendizawutsho ukuba mayiphandwe.
Now let us go to paragraphs 4.
Masiye ku paragraph 4.
Paragraph 5 on the second page.
Yes.
5 is the foot of the first page and the text of the paragraph.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paragraph 5,
Paragraph 5 ovela pha ekugqibeleni eyedwa.
top of the next page. On the same date, 1 October 2012, I once again narrated the same story to Major General Naidu. Major General Naidu was the second person I reported this shooting incident to ever since it happened, whereafter Lieutenant General Mbombo and National Commissioner were informed by myself as per an arrangement on 2 October 2012. You see that?
Uyaqhubeka ke lo mfo uthi kuthe ngaloo mini ngomhla ka1 kuOctober ndaphinda nayixela lento ndixela uMajor General Naidu. uMajor General Naidu bekungumuntu wesibini ndimxela ngale report yalento endiyibona isenzeka phaya. Kuthe emva koko ndaphinde nayixela uGeneral Mbombo no-National Commissioner uye waziswa ke ngalento exelela ndim nge-2 zika-October 2012.
Is it correct that on 2 October 2012, Mr. Myberg informed you or advised you of the allegations contained in paragraph 3 of this statement?
Yes, he did.
Uyabuzwa ke uGeneral okokuba inyanisona okokuba ngomhla zengu-2 ku-October 2012 le ndoda ekuthiwa nguMyberg yeza yakwazisa ngale ngxelo eveze apha kwiparagraph yesithathu ukuba wabona ntoni. Uthi uGeneral ewe.
And what did you do about that?
Wasewenza ntoni ke ngayo?
In the very paragraph that you referred to,
kuyo lo paragraph uthetha ngayo
the earlier one where he was talking about a person he could not identify, a person whose name tag he didn't know,
apho ethetha ngomuntu angamaziyo engakwazanga nokubona i-name tag yakhe,
we as subs were completely stunted and could not do anything.
saba ke nobukhulu ubunzima thina njengesapho kwangabikho nto esikwazi ukuyenza.
We wanted to understand, the very person could not help us.
Sasifuna ukuyazi nyani lento kodwa ke lo muntu lo ithetha lento akakwazanga ba noncedo oluthize kuthi.
Who is the we?
Xa uthi thina uthetha ngobani ke apha?
In the paragraph that you've read,
Kwi
You
paragraph
mentioned-
uthetha ngayo
you mentioned General Mbombo, you mentioned myself.
uthethe ngoGeneral Mbombo wathetha nangam.
You never referred the matter to anybody else?
Akukho apho wayithumela khona lento kokuba iyojongisiswa phambili kakuhle.
It ended just with you,
Yaphelela apho kuni
you in plural.
nobabini.
General Naidu, as the commander, if there was anything emerging, he would pursue the matter because he's the commander of those people.
uGeneral Naidu uyena waye ucommander apha xa kukho umuntu okufanele kokuba aqhube lento kwakunguye.
Did you yourself instruct anybody to do something about these allegations?
Wena ngokwakho General akukho myalelo wayikhupha wayinikeza omnye okokuba yenza into ethize ngalento.
I am saying General Naidu, as the commander,
Ndithe
had to
uGeneral
go get to the bottom of this matter
Naidu.
if there was anything.
njengecommander uyena umuntu
The
kwakudinga
question
ukuba
is whether
angene kule nto.
you gave any instructions, not leaving it to Lieutenant General Naidu to do something if he felt like doing it or considered it necessary, but did you yourself give any instructions?
Qonda into yokuba uGeneral Naidu kwakudinga ukuba ubuzo wokuba wena ngokwakho General kukho into wayenza nakho ngomxelela ukuba mayichubeke lento.
Judge, I am saying, when the matter was brought to us,
Ndithi Judge lento xa iziswa kuthi
it was brought by a commander who is in charge of people.
yalethwa yicommander ekuyiyona ephethe elawula aba bantu.
In our engagement with the commander, we sought to understand the root and the merit of the matter.
Xa sithetha nocommander saye sangena kanzulu kule nto sifuna ukwazi umthambo wayo.
And I also say the same problems that are being stated in the statement to say, I cannot identify the person, I do not know the name, confronted us.
Nditsho ukuba sabe sesihlangana nalento evela apha kwi-statement ukuba andimazi lo mntu andizange ndiyibone i-name tag yakhe andinako ukumolatha xa kudinga.
General, I will use something that you yourself did to try to get an answer to this very same question. Do you remember the tampering with the scene at scene 2, in the sense that weapons were moved from next to protesters who were lying on the ground either dead or injured? Do you remember that there was such tampering?
Uyakhumbula General okokuba xa kujonga imfanekiso phaya kukho izixhobo ezasuswa kubantu phaya ababelele phansi zathathwa izixhobo zisuswa kubo?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula.
And do you remember that once you were advised of this, you instituted an investigation?
Uyakhumbula okokuba uthe xa uxela ngalento lena wabesewenza okokuba kubekho uphando lenziwayo ngayo?
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
And you assigned it to somebody quite senior, a Major General. Was it Major General Johnson?
Waxelela
Mono.
umuntu akeme nyani uMajor General Johnson okokuba kuye ngowenza uphando?
Yes, I did.
Ewe ndayenza loo nto.
Now what I'm trying to understand, General, is this.
Endifuna ukuyazi le General ilena ke.
I do not understand why you would have wanted to leave this to the decision of General Naidu. Why is it that in respect of these allegations, you did not institute investigations?
Funa ukwazi okokuba lena wenziwa yintoni okokuba uyiyeke ezandleni zikaMajor General Naidu ungalathanga umuntu okokuba wena makube nguwe ophanda lento.
The important thing that you're mentioning is that a Major General was engaged to look into the scene that you alert to.
apha uthetha ngento ebalulekile uba lo muntu uthetha ngaye i-major general othi waye yayisemagxeni akhe le nto.
And on this matter that you're questioning me on, a Major General who is responsible for that environment, if there was more information coming out, would have assisted us in this regard.
Apha uthetha nge-major general eyayikhona kuloo ndawo
Malanga, that's
xa
perhaps
kukho intetho eyayingaba uncedo wayezawuchubeka.
Appropriate stage to which to take the adjournment.
Thank you very much.
When do you suggest we adjourn? 2 o'clock?
It's being whispered to me that 2:15, Mr. Chairman.
We will take the adjournment until 2:15.
Sizaze singene apha ngo2:15. Enkosi.
The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Madlanga, do you have any more questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Let me take you back to your evidence to the effect that at the time you received your briefing on 16 August 2012, you were aware that General Naidu had been on the ground at the scene of the killings. Now, the question that I want to ask you is this. The response that you gave to my last question, are you suggesting thereby that you were willing to leave the decision on whether to investigate the allegations by Mr. Myberg to somebody who had been at the scene during the shooting by the police officers?
I couldn't get the question. I didn't get the question.
Perhaps let me take a step back. Let me take a step back. I want to add something that perhaps you may not be aware of, but if you are aware of it, you will tell us. I would like to refer you. May I ask the indulgence of the commissioners and offer to present them with a copy of General Naidu's statement during the course of this afternoon still. Unfortunately, but I will read.
It's an exhibit. Isn't it not?
So, I do not think that it is, Mr. Chairman.
There's so many exhibits, I thought it was, but...
Yeah, I might be mistaken.
It is? Chair, it's exhibit DD.
So
D
it
for
is an
donkey,
exhibit.
D for donkey.
It's an exhibit.
Yes.
For a moment I thought that I was losing it. I'm pleased to think that in this respect at least I'm not.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Ucela ke usina council uMadlanga ukunikezela lapha kule commission go statements ka General Naidu kuthiwa bubungqina ngabo kodwa nguDD.
Unfortunately, the copy that I have does not have any page numbering. I will just count the pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. And bottom of page 4, and then to the top of page 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Bottom of page 5 to the top of page 6.
Yes. It's more appropriate to talk of pages as having feet. It's more appropriate to speak of pages as having feet. Talk about a footnote on a page, not a bottom note. Are you going to make copies of the statement available to us in the course of the afternoon? But presumably, you've given a copy already to the witness. Presumably, we don't have to have copies yet, but if you want to question her about it, to be fair, she has to have a copy before.
I apologize, Commissioner. Some of these things arise from the cross-examination. It's not matters that one had pre-planned.
All I'm saying is
I understand, I accept.
Can't cross-examine, I won't allow you to cross-examine the National Commissioner on General Naidu's statement unless she has it in front of you.
I accept that, fully and without any reservations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Uthi uyaxolisa kuloo ndawo ngoba ezinye izinto kaloku zivela nje beqhubekeka nje ebuza imibuzo kangazilungiselele for sona.
General, in the version
Sorry,
of...
Chairperson, can I just make an inquiry? The version of the statement that we have seems to have been faxed. Is that the one? So when you refer to the page numbers, is this the faxed page numbers? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I was exactly going to say that. Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Yeah, my version does have fax page numbers, and I am referring to page 5. I will now use the Latin, Mr. Chairman, and say infine. And then to the top of page 6.
Ngoba kuyabonakala into ba lama xwebhu angathunyelwa ngefax konke ufuna sijonge phaa phezulu kuphepha lesithandathu.
General, look at the very last line. There's a sentence that starts halfway through that line. Do you see that? And
Andiboni.
right at the very last line at page 5.
In addition,
So I instructed the personnel to form a line so that...
okay. Yeah, that we see.
Yes.
Siyayibona.
I instructed the personnel to form a line so that we could continue to move forward in a sweeping action to clear the rocks as the NIU had been before the shooting. Just as we moved forward towards the second line of rocks, we came under fire from the strikers to my left, and the bullets narrowly missed me and struck the rocks around me. I immediately returned fire with 2 rounds from my pistol Z88 and so on at the individual I could see taking cover between rocks and trees with a firearm in his hand. Several other members also returned fire in the direction of the shots, which immediately stopped. We later arrested 2 individuals in that area with firearms in their possession, one of whom admitted to firing on the police as they advanced. You see that?
Utsho ke into ba kule ndawo ndaye ndaxelela ke abo abasebenzi abo kanye amanye amapolisa into ba benze umgca into yokuba bakwazi uqhubekeka besiya phambili kwisenzo ke sokutshayela ngokutsho kwabo ukuthi bazokwazi ke ukususa abantu phaa ematyeni njengoba i-NIU yayiqhubekeka ke ngaphambili idubula. Njengoba siya phambili ke kumgca wesibini lo wamatye saye sadibana ke nokudutyulwa ngabaqhankqalazi apha ecaleni lam ngasekhohlo. Uthi ke zaye ke zandiphosa izombumbulu kodwa ke zadubule kanye zabetha ematyeni apha ngasecaleni kwam. Ngelo xesha ndithe ndabuyisela ngembumbulu ezimbini ngompu wam obizwa i-Z88QO132 kulo wayebonakala izifihla ngaphakathi kwamatye nemithi ephethe umpu esandleni. Amanye amalungu amaninzi nabaya abuyisela ngodubula kuloo ndawo ukudubula kwakwenzeka khona kwaye kwathula ngelo xesha. Sithe emva koko sabamba abafa ababini kuloo ndawo lebephethe imipu, omnye wabo wavuma into yokuba wayedubula amapolisa njengoba yesiza phambili. Uyayibona loo ndawo?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
At the time Mr. Maibek made the report that I earlier referred you to, at the time he made that report to you, did you even consider that General Naidu, who was at the scene of the killing, you have said you knew this, did you even consider that he might well have been involved in the shooting himself? Did that cross your mind at all? Did you even consider that?
Ngeli xesha ufumana ingxelo ivela ke phaa kuMaybach zange uyicingisise into yokuba uGeneral Naidu lo wayekho kwisehlakalo bekunokwenzeka into yokuba naye beye bathatha inxaxheba ekudubuleni wake wayiqaphelisisa loo nto leyo wayinika ingqwalasela?
I did not. I will be able to answer you if you ask me that question now. At that point, I didn't.
Ngela xesha ke xa ubuza ndithi kuwe zange ndiyenze loo nto.
You are senior in the police force. Yes, I realize what your experience is, but you are the commissioner.
Yes,
You mean, I see that as quite basic. Somebody is there, you say that you knew he was there, shooting by police took place, and he says he was at the scene when this happened. You knew it. You did not even consider that he might well have been part of the shooting?
Uthi njengoba unesikhundla esiphezulu lapha emapoliseni wawusazi uba lo muntu wayekhona uthi zange uyiqaphelisa into yoba naye benoba wathatha inxaxheba apha ke ngoku ekudubuleni.
Perhaps the way you are asking your question, you are confusing me.
Mhlawumbi ke ngendlela ondibuza ngayo umbuzo uyanibhida.
And maybe let me try and see whether I'm understanding you.
Kodwa ke ngizama ujongisisa uba ndiyayiqonda nale nto uyithethayo kum.
You've presented to me the statement of voter.
Uyeke wandinika wancela ngestatement sakavoter.
You asked me all those relevant questions to say, did I investigate, did we not investigate? And I said, we engaged voter.
Unibuzile imibuzo into yobana siye saphanda okanye saphanda na, ndithe siye saba nendibano kunye novoter.
The issue that is raised in the statement that he's not able to identify or to point at the person, continue to present to us.
Ngoku nento ayithethayo kwistatement ayikwazi ukucacisa kuba ngubani lo muntu athetha ngayo.
You then asked me whether I followed up to investigate, and I said the commanders that I had the responsibility to pursue this matter, and those commanders would both be General Mbombo and General Naidu.
Uye wabuza into bani lento ndiye ndayilandelelisa na, ndaxelela noba bakhona ucommander ke bebenoba ngabawenza uphando njengo General Naidu kunye no General Mbombo.
Because in order of command, General Mbombo remains fully responsible for the province, and General Naidu responds to him. And I'm sure when they come to testify, they will be able to answer a number of these questions.
Ngoba kaloku yena uGeneral Mbombo uphethe iphondo lo uNaidu ungaphantsi kwakhe, ngoko xa bezilapha ngabo ke bazoziphendula ezo zinto ezo.
And I have said before we put that I did engage voter. I did want to understand the issues.
Ndichilo kuwe ngaphambili into yoba ndiye ndabanendibano novoter ndafuna ukuqonda ke ngale miba.
But what do you mean by saying you engaged by voter? You mean Mayberg? I don't know what his rank is.
Mayberg.
We can detect Mayberg xa ndisithi uvoter.
So I don't know what Mayberg's rank is. Do we know? It's not on the statement.
Andisiqondi ngoba uthi akasazi ngesiphi isikhundla naso apha ebupoliseni
When you
uMayberg.
say you engaged Mayberg, what do you mean? Did you have an interview with him?
Waba
You questioned
nodliwano
him
ndlebe
yourself?
kunye naye uMayberg lowo.
The issue of Mayberg, as stated in the statement under 4, on the same day, if I may just read, on the same date, on 1st August, on 1st October 2012, I once again narrated the same story to Major General Naidu. Major General Naidu was the second person I reported this shooting incident to, ever since it happened. Whereafter, Lieutenant General Mbombo and the National Commissioner were informed by myself as per arrangement on the 2nd of October.
You know, I know that. I read that. But you said you engaged him.
Yes.
And what I want to know from you, what did you mean by that word engaged? Did you speak to him? Did you have a face-to-face interview with him? What form did the engagement take?
Ufuna uqonda ke ngoku usihlalo into yoba xa ethi waba nodliwano ndlebe noMayberg yenze kanjani loo nto, wadibana naye ubuso ngobuso okanye yenze kanjani loo nto leyo?
Yes, both myself, General Mbombo and General Naidu engaged the warrant officer asked questions about this very shooting that he's talking about. And we wanted to know who this person is so that we can understand the facts that were being presented to us as per this allegation. And again, he wasn't able to say to us, he said he could not point the person, he does not know the person, he hasn't seen the name tag.
Yes.
Uthi ke saba nodliwano ndlebe kunye naye sino General Mbombo kunye General Naidu lo warrant officer lo wasixela ke ngokudubula simbuza bangubani lo muntu uthi ke wayengamazi lo muntu kwaye zange alijonge negama lakhe apha ke kule nto kubhalwa kuyo amagama abantu.
You say you asked him questions. Did you have a face-to-face interview with him?
Yes.
Uthi wadibana naye bathetha ubuso ngobuso.
Now, even though he couldn't identify the face, didn't recognize the face of the NIU member, and he couldn't make out his name tag, presumably there were circumstances which could have been investigated in an endeavor to identify the person. You know, the body was at a particular spot which he could be asked to point out. The deceased had a blanket. There were a number. there were a number of clues that could have been followed up in an attempt to identify this person. Do you know whether any attempt was made to follow up those clues?
Uthi ke ininzi imigudu kwakufuneka mhlawumbi yenziwe into yoba kuzokwazi ukuthi kufunyanwe lo mntu kwazi into yoba ngobani mhlawumbi kwazi noba ngumuntu wayele lapho wayinxibe okanye imbathe ingubo. Iyabuza ke into yoba akho migudu yenziwayo kuzama ukuthi kuzofunyanwa uba ngubani lo mntu lo kanye elipolisi.
The focus of our engagement was to say which police officer has done it, because he was talking about a police officer.
So now I understand that. And he couldn't identify the police officer.
Yes.
But what I'm asking you, isn't it reasonable to suppose that an experienced detective who was put onto the case might have been able, on the information which he had at his disposal, to identify the police officer by ascertaining where precisely the shooting had taken place, possibly identifying who the deceased was because he had a blanket, that kind of information, which could have enabled an astute, experienced detective to trace the identity of the NIU member, even though the warrant officer was not able to identify him. Isn't that a fair assumption?
Uthi ke into ngubonakala bayifanelekile into bamhlambi lo unamavu phanda kwelityala benokwazi into bazame uqondo ba lo wasoleka yayingubani ibe izinzame ezo zokuzama ukufumana elipolisa kanye elenza lento kanye ladubulayo lo mntu bangubani na.
I would agree that it would well have been possible.
You were asked is did you yourself give instructions to anybody to investigate the case further?
Omnye umbuzo ke ngoba uthi ibingenzeka lonto wena uke wacela noba ngubani kanye watyumba umuntu ndoba aqhubekeke ngokuyiphanda leyo nto leyo.
General Mbombo and General Naidu had to look into this matter. And I may say that one of the results was this very statement.
Instruct them to do so, or did you just leave it to their discretion to do so?
I did.
What? I put a double question. Did you instruct them, or did you leave it to their discretion to do so?
Yes, I asked them to look into this matter.
You asked them to look into it?
Yes.
Uyafuna uqonda ke into kubana kulomba lowo njengokuthi uJeneral Naidu uJeneral Mbombo wabacela babenze lonto kanye wabayeka into bazenzele ngokwabo uthi ke ndabacela mina into bayenze lonto leyo.
What Mr. Mudlanga asks you is of course more serious. He suggests that in the light of the passage he read you from Lieutenant General Naidu's statement, that Lieutenant General Naidu might have had a motive not to have the matter investigated, either, as Mr. Mudlanga suggests, because he was involved in the shooting, or possibly because even if he wasn't involved in the shooting, he was aware of it at the time and had taken no steps to see that the offender was brought to book. So Lieutenant General Naidu was an inappropriate person to even request to investigate the matter in the light of the background which has been sketched to you. Have you any comment on that?
Kuthiwa ke ngokuma ke akaphefumule kuloo nto ithethekayo uGeneral into yoba uGeneral Naidu mhlawumbi benoba inesinjongo ayenzileyo into yoba ngoba xa engafuni ukuthi le meko ayenze bethathe inxaxheba ekudubuleni okanye wayemazi lo mntu lowo ngoko ke ngamanye amazinxeba awayephanayo ngumntu awayefanelekile into yoba azokwazi ukuphanda into enjalo na.
Speaking for myself, I did not understand Mr. Madlanga to be meaning.
Mr. Madlanga only referred to he was involved in the shooting, and the idea of a motive came from me, and I prefaced it by the word possibly. But whether Mr. Madlanga asked the question or not, it's one which I think that the witness should be encouraged to answer.
And I complete that, Chair, the concern that I have. I understand that General Naidu would have been involved in the shooting, i.e. he shot, not that he was involved in the shooting which is described by Mr. Maybeck.
Those are all questions that the witness can deal with. But even if he wasn't involved physically in shooting, if he was accompanied the person who did and approved of his behavior, it might be in a form of involvement. Alternatively, even if he wasn't involved in the shooting, if he was present and saw it and took no steps to bring the offender to book, that would also be a motive for him not to investigate further. So the question, I think, is, even though it's my own question, I think is an appropriate question, and I suggest that we give the witness a chance to answer it.
Uqimba ke ngosihlalo nombuzo umbuzo ofanelekileyo into yokuba mhlawumbi wayenenjongo yokuba angalandelisi lonto leyo yena uGeneral Naidu ngoba mhlawumbi ngoba uyayazi uba naye mhlawumbi wayethathe inxaxheba okanye wambona lo mntu wenza lonto leyo ngoku lonto yokuba angaphandi ngale nto wayenza ngamabomu.
The person who brings this to my attention and the attention of General Mbombo is first and foremost Major General Naidu.
Umntu wasixelela ngalento okokuqala indim ke noGeneral Mbombo nguMajor General Naidu.
We request Major General Naidu to then bring the warrant officer to talk to us.
Samcela uGeneral Naidu kuba le warrant officer ayizise kuthi bane zothetha nayo.
We asked the questions we asked, and we still find that he is saying, I cannot point at the police who did it. I don't know his name. And this is when I ask General Mbombo and General Naidu to further look into this matter.
Watsho ke naye xa ebuzwa yombuzo into yokuba anakwazi umkhombo komolatha lo mntu anilazi negama lakhe kulapho ndacela ke uGeneral Mbombo kunye noGeneral Naidu into yoba bake bayijongisise bagqithisele ukuphanda ngale nto baqhubekeke.
And it is that process that even produces the very statement that we're discussing.
Yiyo loo nto ke yenza ebegqibeleni ke kuzobakho statement sithetha ngaso ngoku.
Because there wasn't a statement.
Ngoba ngaphambili sasingekho statement.
And from that statement and the interaction you had with Mr. Myberg, you came to the conclusion that because he could not give you the identities of the people concerned, this was near impossible to investigate.
Konke ngenxa into ayisithetha ke uMayberg nento statement esi uye wathatha isigqibo wabona into yokuba yinto engenakwazi ukwenzeka into yoba imeko enjalo iphandwe na.
It is not my statement that it was near impossible to investigate. I said I had asked General Mbombo and General Naidu to pursue this thing, and I think this is how it even lands with the IPID.
Andithi ke into engenawukwazi ukwenzeka leyo kodwa ke ndithi yiloo nto ndacela ke uGeneral Mbombo noMajor General uNaidu into yoba balandelisise le nto yiloo nto ikhokele into yoba kuzofumaneka isi statement siphume nge-IPID ekugqibeleni.
When did you leave it to them to follow up? Was it after you had received Mr. Myberg's statement?
Wabayeka nini into yoba bayilandelisise le nto kwakusemva into yoba usofumene i-statement saka Myberg?
On the day it was reported to me, and the progress I was given was that a statement was made, and also that that statement has been handed over to IPID.
Kula mini yelo ndanifumana nto leyo ndava into yoba ke ngoku le nto kuye yanadiliswa kwa iso statement siye sagqithiselwa ke ngoku okanye sakhutshwa kwi-IPID.
If you say that it is not your statement or evidence that it was near impossible for this matter to be investigated, why then did you even bother to tell this commission about the fact that you had not been given detail identifying the persons concerned?
Xa uthi loo nto bingaso into enzima kutheni uxela iCommissioner into yokuba zange unikwe inkcazelo evakalayo ngalo mntu sithetha ngaye?
Of what relevance was that to the questions that I was asking you?
Loo nto bingena njani kulo mbuzo bendikubuza wona?
May I ask you to repeat your question?
Ndicela uphinde umbuzo wakho.
Not so long ago, perhaps in response to one or two questions earlier or just before now, you said that it is not your evidence that it was near impossible to investigate this matter. Do you remember saying so?
Usakhumbula ke ngaphambili uthi khange uthi wena binginoba into enzima ukuba uphande umba onjalo. Uyakhumbula usitsho impendulo ewe.
You spoke at the same time with Mr. Anabe. Can you please repeat your response? There may be problems with the transcription.
Uthi sithethe ngexesha elinye ke mhlawumbi ngaba babhalayo kungabakho ingxaki ucela phinde lo mpendulo ke ngoku.
My asking you to...
No. Please just repeat the answer, the last answer you gave. You spoke at the same time with Mr. Anabe next to you, and there may be problems with the transcription.
Maybe I missed the answer I gave.
Uthi sithethe ngexesha elinye kodwa mhlawumbi aba barekhodayo banengxaki mhlawumbi ke ngoku ilahle kanye ulibele impendulo leyo.
You do remember saying that it is not your evidence that it was near impossible to investigate this matter. You remember saying so?
Yes,
Ewe ndiyakhumbula ndisithi ayibingasinto ebingenokwazi ukwenzeka ukuphanda lo mba.
Now, what my question is of what relevance was your evidence to the effect that Mr. Myberg could not give you details that could not give you details on the identity of the shooter? Of what relevance was that?
Xa usithi ke ngoku bengenakwazi ukuchaza bengakwazi ukuchazela kakuhle ngalomuntu udubileyo Mayback le nto ke ubuyitshilo yona ingena njani kulonto leyo?
If what you intended was not that, it was near impossible for the police to investigate this matter.
Ukuba ke uthi into ba bingasoyinto ibinoba nzima into bamapolisa awuphande lo mba lowo.
the context of the first aspect of your question was that when we engage the warrant officer, he indicated that he did not know the name, could not identify the person. That was the first context of the relevance. The second aspect, I have responded to you, indicating that I had requested the commanders to continue looking into this matter. The third aspect is that there was even an outcome of that, because I'm saying even this statement was part of the request that the commanders that I've said now and even earlier, the work they did to further on, it still did not solve who the person was and what was that. The relevance was for them to look into this matter. And I've also responded to you when you were saying you were comparing this with the other matter that you presented to me.
Okokuqala ke into endifuna ukuyitsheke ingena ngale ndlela kungokuba qala kaloku betshilo Mayback into ba bengalazi igama lomuntu akamazi lo muntu lo. Okwesibini ke ngoku le nto into ba ndiye ndacela aba uGeneral Mbombo noMajor General Knight into ba ke bayilandelisele into bayiphande. Okwesithathu lo nto iye yakhokhelela ekubeni bakuzokwazi ukwenza isi statement nangona sifanekile kodwa khange isombulule le nto leyo nangona namacela bayijongisise le nto.
You have made mention of IPID. Do you have a record of an IPID docket in respect of this matter? I'm not suggesting there isn't, but this is information that perhaps may be important or relevant for completeness on this subject.
Je uthethile ke ngoku ngento yeIPD ikhona ke ngoku irecord onazo okanye mhlawumbi into efana nedocket?
No, we don't keep those because we are being the policed.
Asigcini izinto ezinjalo ngoba kaloku singamapolisa.
I know that very well. All I'm asking is do you know whether or not there is such a docket, an IPID docket?
Umbuzo wami ndiyayazi lo nto ndibuza into ba unolwazi into ba mhlawumbi ikhona idocket yeIPD enja evuliweyo evulelwe lo mba unjalo?
No, I don't, but I'm hoping that the response I was given by General Mbombo that this statement was submitted to IPID, that they have pursued the matter.
Andinaso kodwa ke ndiqindile into ba le nto biyithethwa ku unantsika uGeneral Naidu iyalanda uMbombo iyenzeka into ba njengoba baye bawulandelisisa lo mba lo.
May I refer you to a document that I believe has been placed in front of you. It's a spreadsheet with several columns. At the top, in a horizontal column, it has scene 2. And then in vertical columns, there's rounds fired, there's firearms, rounds fired, cartridges found, and then number, pistol, rank, initials, name. And then below that, there are people's names and a whole lot more information. Do you have that in front of you? I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How do we describe the exhibit?
Matthew, can you help me? This is
an analysis of cartridge cases found that... no, it's also names as well, I think.
It's an analysis of shots fired and cartridge cases.
Analysis of shots fired, etc. at scene 2.
At scene 2, yes.
kulapha ke ngoku kweliphepha kwakuphononongwa ke ngoku kudutyulwa kwenzekayo kwisehlo sesibini.
And it's the latest version that was furnished to us, the evidence leaders, by SAPS itself, Mr. Chairman.
Thina ke evidence leaders ke le uxwebhu sinikwe ngamapolisa.
And it purports to be SAPS's own analysis of the situation reflected thereon.
Indlela ebonakala ngayo yiluphononongo lwenziwe yiSAPS.
Take your time, General.
It doesn't seem to tell us whether the people were, or does it? Does it tell us where the people came from? Yes, it does. All the NIU people are on the first page, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And the top of the second page.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So if there's any substance in what Mr. Mayberg said, one of the people listed there will be the person who...
kuthiwa eqaleni kuphela qala babhala abantu beyani NIU nelesibini ukuba nyani ke inobunyani lenithetheka nguMayberg omnye wabantu bakhanganywe phaa inoba ngumnye wabo le athetha ngayo uMayberg.
No, Mr. Chairman, no, the second page is not NIU, it's TRT Pretoria.
It's just from the top to the foot of the first page.
Yes, first page, top to the foot.
And that's all the NIU people who were at scene 2,
yes.
who fired.
Yes.
I see.
So it's
So if Mr. Mayberg is right, Warrant Officer Mayberg is right, the person whom he is referring to is listed there, although we don't know who he is.
We would expect him to be, or he must be there, Mr. Chairman, yes. Now, and also, Mr. Chairman, of importance, Mr. Mayberg's statement refers to the firearm being put back in the leg holster. So it must be a 9mm firearm.
Statement sakhe kuthiwa ke ngokuthetha ke ngelipolisa libuyisela apha kwiskey umpu walo.
Only 4 NIU members with 9mm firearms.
That's the next point I was getting to. Now, General, have you run your eyes through this and do you confirm that there are only 4 NIU members who fired 9mm pistols?
General, ufundile ke ngokwapha kula maxwebhu wabonto ba abantu amapolisa ku NIU mane qha dubileyo nge-9mm.
And their names appear against numbers 3, 6, 7, 23. Have I given all? Yes.
Amagama abo ke abhalwe apha kunombolo u3 no6 no7 no23.
Do you see that?
Uyayibona lonto?
I really cannot. I see 3, 6, 7, 8, but the question you're asking me, I'm not the right person to answer it.
Ndiyayibona ke ndiyabona 2, 6, 7, 8 kodwa ke andingumuntu ofanelekile into yoba ndingaphendula lo mbuzo ubuzayo.
General Phiyega, I am not asking you whether you know for a fact that on the day, and you know this yourself, on the day these 4 people fired shots there, what I'm asking you is, do you see that this record which we have been furnished by SAPS itself says that of the NIU members who fired shots at 6-2, only 4 fired 9 shots from 9mm pistols? Do you see that this is what this document reflects? That is my question.
Mbuzo wami ndokuba uyabona pha koliphepha kuyabonisa into yoba abantu be-NIU abadubula ngemiphu emincinci bane na.
I would still say to you, you gave me this document 2 minutes ago. I need time to look at it, and I want you to walk me through what you say is NIU and 4. If you want me just to look at numbers and you're not looking for an interpretation, it's a different story.
I don't think we can expect an interpretation from the National Commissioner. To be fair, I don't think we can expect the National Commissioner to interpret the document for us, but you can draw her attention to the entries that you consider relevant and point out to her that it looks as if there were only 2 constables from the NIU who were on the scene who fired 9mm bullets. So if it was a constable who fired a 9mm bullet, then it's not so difficult to investigate the cases. I think, to be fair to her, she was led to believe.
Uthi ke into ethethwayo kuthiwa ke makenze ingcaciso nokuba usenior counsel uba uMadlanga benalo ndlela ba uGeneral enze into enjalo, kodwa xa kuthiwa ke ngoku abantu bane beyanayini baphethe imiphumo encinci ayino soze be into enzima ukuphanda phantsi kwemeko enjalo.
Just to conclude this, General, much as you are not in a position to interpret the document, I will suggest to you, as the chairman has already taken you to the point, and that is exactly what I was leading to. I will suggest to you that if you look at number 3, there it is, the parcel number is given. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Ujonga pha ku number 3 ikhona ke parcel number uyayibona uGeneral.
Then you also see under rank, do you see the column marked rank?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyabona lapho kubhalwe isikhundla irank ekhona.
And go down again, still against the number 3. Do you see that the rank is given as constable? CST, and I assume that means constable.
Yes, I see that.
Ewe ndiyabona nalapha ku 3 into yoba kuthiwa yi-constable kukho CST.
And then go back to the top again, the top of the document, and you will see there is a 9mm, there's R5, there's shotguns, then there is R5 to the right of the 9mm. So do you see the 9mm there?
Yes, I do.
When ndiyambona military bhaliweyo apha.
And above that, that is where the 9mm is. Do you see that it says rounds fired?
Ngaphezulu uyabona apho kuthiwa imbumbulu eziadutyulwayo.
I see.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Now go down again in a straight line vertically, that is from 9mm, so as to see what this document says about rounds fired, 9mm rounds fired. Go down to number 3. Now, just to make sure that you do indeed understand this, can you give me the number yourself now? Against 3. Number 3, how many rounds of 9mm, how many rounds are said to have been fired by Constable Farlam with a 9mm pistol?
Apha ku 3 ke kuthiwa zingaphi imbumbulu ezadutyulwa Constable Farlam nge-9mm yakhe.
There are 3.
There are 3.
Zithiwa zintathu.
I'm sure now that you do follow the document, General.
Ndiqinisekile ngokuyiqonda kakuhle oliphepha kanye liqwebu lapha phambi kwakho, General.
I will crawl along with you.
Ewe ndiyawuhamba kunye nawe sithe chu.
Yes. Now, let us look for another constable, and against his name, look under 9mm rounds fired. The next constable I see with 9mm rounds fired is number 23. Do you see that?
Uyambona lo kuthiwa ubhale unumber 23 kuye?
Yes, I saw 23.
And ndimbonile 23.
And that is Constable Tafeni.
Correct.
Constable Tafeni nam ndiyavuma.
And he is said to have fired 2 rounds with a 9mm pistol.
Kuthiwa udubule imbumbulu zambini ke ngombulo omncinci kuthiwa yi-9mm.
Now, yes, I'm walking now.
Ewe ke hayi ke ngoku ndiyencambaza kunye nawe.
And I see no other constable who is reflected as having fired rounds from a 9mm pistol.
Andibona omnye constable ke kuthiwa udubule imbumbulu nge-9mm umbulu omncinci.
Do you see any other?
Uyabona omnye ongomnye?
The 2 you mentioned I've seen, probably there isn't because you've had an opportunity of perusing this document.
ba khona bababini ke kodwa mhlawumbi mhlawumbi abekho abanye ngoba nawe ube nethuba lokuba uzokwazi uyifunda kakuhle oluxwebhu ulifunde.
Would you accept that based on what I've just done now and to use your language, walking you through, do you accept that it would have been a matter of relative ease for these two constables to be brought to Mr. Meiberg in order to see if he would be able to identify them? But of course, a proper identification parade might have had to be done. But do you accept that it would have been a matter of relative ease for them to be picked out and to be part of an identification parade?
Ngenxa yeba ke kuthiwa esisibini esingaba badubulayo awuboni uyamkela into babe kunoba lula into yokuba basiwe phambili ukwenzela uMebhek lo azokwazi ukukhomba phakathi kwesisibini na.
It could have been depending on what time the facts are presenting, and I'm hoping that those that have asked to investigate can answer these questions that you are posing.
Lekuzawuxhomekeka into yobana ke ngoku lento leyo iye yachazwa kweliphi ixesha njengoba nditshilo into yoba abantu bafaneleke bawaphendule ngaba ke besendibachazile.
Commissioner, I'm asking this of you.
Lento ke ndibuza kuwe Commissioner.
I have answered to say it could have been.
Ndiphendule ndathi binokwenzeka lonto.
Maybe I got confused by the long addition after the it could have been. Thank you very much, General.
Ndiyabulela ke mhlawumbi khona nje lento xa uphendula ithe yanibhida apha ekugqibeleni.
Now, General, the next question I'm going to ask refers back to what you said in the media statement, which is that the police shot at the protesters in self-defense. That is what I am referring back to, and that is what the context of my next question is. It is not so much that you should anticipate what the findings of this commission should be. So that is not what I'm asking you. It will be in the context of what you yourself have said. Do you understand that?
Uthi ke uzawuthi ndiye pha kule ntetho yenzileyo konondaba ke ngoku abhuthe amapolisa ayadubula ngokuzikhusela kodwa xa uphendula ke ndithi into ezophendulwa nguwe kodwa ungazicingeli ngaphambili into yokuba yintoni ekugqibeleni izawuthi isigqibo esizawuthathwa yile commission. Uyayiqonda loo nto?
If this commission were to ultimately draw an inference that the constable that Mr. Meiberg saw putting back a firearm into the side or leg holster had in fact shot at one of the injured people who were lying on the ground, would you still continue to hold the view that in respect of all the people that the police fired shots at, they did so in self-defense? Would you say that even in respect of such a shot, if this commission were to finally infer that Mr. Meiberg, or rather infer from Mr. Meiberg's evidence that the constable had fired a shot at the person lying on the ground?
Ukuba ke ngoku binothi egqibeleni le commission izothatha isigqibo sokuba eli polisa eli athetha ngalo Meiberg into balalifaka umpu apha ke ngoku kuyiske isalo la yenza lo nto kumuntu wayengxilekile into enjalo ubusena uthetha lento uyithethayo into kuba amapolisa adubula ngokuzikhusela na?
I'm consistent in my view that given the sensitivity, the gravity of this matter, and what it means to all of us, I would be very, very cautious to answer such a question on presuppositions. I would answer when I have the real facts. To say It's hypothetical. I find it difficult to say I would change on the base of a hypothesis.
Ngoke iyoba into enzima ukuba ndenze into enjalo ikakhulu xa njengekule meko iba inobuzaza nondileko. Ngoku ke nawukwazi ukuthi ndithekelele ingakumbi kwimeko eloluhlobo. Kwimpendulo yam.
I am not asking you to hypothesize. There was a conscious choice of words on my part, and I said, if ultimately, and I'm not asking you to hypothesize, if ultimately this commission were to infer from what Mr. Myberg says, that the unidentified constable in fact fired a firearm at a protester who was lying injured on the ground, would you still say that the firing of such a shot was in self-defense?
Chair, the witness has answered that question. It is predicated on a hypothesis of a finding by this commission. And the witness says it's too grave a matter on which I will offer an opinion on a hypothesis. It might not be an answer we want, but that's an answer.
Ukuthiwa ke ngoku ingqina ugeneral sewuphendule lo mbuzo lo noba ubuza ngale ndlela athi ubuza ngayo kodwa ke yimpendulo ke efanelekileyo le esenikezele ngayo ugeneral.
I've never known it, Mr. Chairman, that I'm not entitled to try to probe questions further unless...
It is a hypothetical question. I'm not sure that the fact it's a hypothetical question is a reason why a witness can refuse to answer it. But if a witness does decline to answer it and gives that reason, the very declension can lead to inferences being drawn at a later stage. I don't know that one need take it further at this stage. The witness will be aware of the fact that inferences may be drawn in the case of questions that she declines to answer.
No, but Chair, with respect, the witness has answered. When
She said it's a very grave matter in the circumstances. Wouldn't be appropriate for her to answer. That's a declension in any language. But Mr. Bezos, you've got a point as well?
I merely want to support my learned friend to my right has persistently objected to any hypothetical question. Putting hypothetical questions to educated people who understand the nature of a hypothetical question is a very regular form of cross-examination.
I'm aware of that. But if a witness...
But with respect, Mr. Chairman, to support the witness every time a hypothetical question is that I do not want to do that. I want to draw to the Commission's attention and to the Council and to the witness that we are going to argue that this is a deliberate attempt for people to persist in the statements, the correctness of the statements that I have already made, and they are not prepared to answer questions on the hypothesis that the court finds. And it impedes proper cross-examination. I can understand that the Commission would want a semi-literate person to be protected, but not a witness such as the one that is in the witness box now.
Otto.
Thank you. Mr. Mudlanga, do you wish to add anything?
I agree fully with what Mr. Bezos is saying, Mr. Chairman.
Witness has given a reason why she declines to answer this hypothetical question, which may or may not be a good reason. I don't think there's any point in pressing her on this particular issue. As I've said, a declension by a witness to answer a question, albeit a hypothetical one, may, in appropriate circumstances, lead to an inference being drawn against her. If she's prepared to take that chance, that's her choice. Would you like to proceed to your next question?
Thank you.
Nangona ke ngoku naye senior counsel George Bezos besithi uxhasa senior counsel uMadlanga kule nto beyibuza into yokuba ingqina xa kuthiwa lifundiwe alinawukwazi commission isebenze kanje ngomntu ngathi akafundanga ukufuneka akhuselwe kodwa ke nasegqibeleni xa esala ukuphendula umbuzo egqibeleni le commission yeza uthi ke ngoku ithathe isigqibo ngendlela loba loo nto ibona njengento enjani na yona.
General, I will now take you back to a paragraph of your media statement that I referred you to, and that is the penultimate paragraph of page 2 of the media statement.
Zakusa phaku paragraph ke kwintetho the wayenza konondaba singathi pha kula paragraph sesenzisa phaku statement okanye kulo media statement.
In this paragraph you say the following: the dispersion action had commenced at this time and the armed protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground in the close vicinity.
Uthi apha ke ngoku ukuhlakaza isenzo sokuhlakaza sasesiqalile ngelixesha kwaye abaqhankqalazi babexhobile baye baqhutyelwa besuswa kulo ndawo yabo yokuzimela basiwa kwindawo engathi namahlahla angathi makhulu kwindawo eyayikufutshane.
I suggested to you earlier that this related to sin 2 and you said that you do not know, remember?
Dithe lento ke ngoku into eyenzeke kwisehlakalo sesibini isehlo sesibini wathi kuwe awuyazi usakhumbula usitsho?
Yes, I did.
Ewe yakhumbula.
The statement goes on and says the police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out by means of water cannons, rubber bullets and stun grenades.
Uthi ke ngoku amapolisa ke ngoku aye arhanqa loo ndawo leyo bazama into yokuba banyanzele abaqhankqalazi ukuba baphume kuloo ndawo ngokusebenzisa kwabo ikanuni zamanzi neembumbulu zerabha kunye ne-stun grenades.
You see that?
Ibona loo nto?
Yes, I do.
You remember that in response to one of my earlier questions, you said that you did read the sub's presentation.
Usakhumbula komnye imibuzo emuniphendule wathi wayifunda ke ngoku inkcazelo yenziwa yi-subs.
Yes.
Ewe.
And you were aware that that presentation, so to speak, charts the path or course that subs proposed to follow by way of the evidence it would present before this commission. Was that your understanding? Was that your understanding of the presentation?
Indlela kwawenziwa ngayo uchazo ba wabona bisubs yabona indlela ke ukuzayisebenzisa xana ke ngoku bazobeka ibali labo kanye bazothetha pha kule commission indlela wayiqonda ngayo naleyo.
It is my understanding.
Nam ndayiqonda ngaloo ndlela ndiqonda ngaloo ndlela.
And without doubt, therefore, this would have been a very important document, not so?
Ngaphandle kwentandabuzo ke ngelixwebhu libaluleke kakhulu eli akunjalo?
Which document? The statement or
The
sub's presentation?
no, the presentation. Sorry.
Ndithetha ngenkcazelo ke le ye-subs.
Yes, it is true.
Ewe inyani leyo.
And as such, General, I take it that it is not a document that you would read perfunctorily. It's a document that you would read with a view to following the content, not so?
Ndizawuthatha into yoba luxwebhu ayinto obuzayifunda nje kodwa buzayifunda ngendlela yokulandela into yokuba yintoni le ibhalwe apha kuthetheka ntoni na.
It is true.
Inyani leyo.
And you did indeed also not read it perfunctorily. You read it in order to understand the content, not so?
Nawe zange uyifunde nje kodwa indlela wayifunda ngayo wawufuna ukuqonda ulandela uba kwenzeka ntoni na akunjalo?
I sought to do so.
Ndandinomnqweno ukwenza njalo.
No, I want to make sure that we are still walking together,
Yes,
so to speak, General. Now, you say you sought to do so. I want to know whether you in fact did so. That is, you yourself read in order to you yourself understand.
Ndifuna uqonda ke ngoku njalo into yokuba zange uyifunde nje wafunda ngenjongo yokuba uqonde okanye wazi le nto ibhaliweyo na.
I did Try
Ndayenza lo-
to read to understand.
Ndayenza ndazama ke into yoba ufunde into yoba ndizawukwazi ukuqondisisa.
Now, in that reading, and reading with a view to understanding, would you agree with me that the one bushy area that the police encircled during the operation was scene 2?
Ekufundeni kwakho ke injongo yokufuna uqonda waqonda ke into kuba xa amapolisa erhanqele ndawo ebonakala ingathi namahlahla lo kwakungesi xesha kusenzeka isehlo sesibini na.
Yes, it could be.
Ewe binoba njalo.
I'm not sure I understand the yes it could be. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Andiqondi ukuthi xa usithi ewe binoba njalo uthetha njani xa usitsho.
I'm saying yes, it could be, because I'm also starting from the fundamental that by the time this statement was done, we did not have a scene 1 and a scene 2 and a what and a what. So I think I'm actually saying I accommodate that, and I'm saying yes, it could be.
Nditsho ngolo hlobo ngoba kaloku ngoku xesha senze statement zange sithethe into yoba isihloko sokuqala nesesibini loo nto ndisithi ke ukuzama ukunceda nakuba siqondane ndithi ewe binoba njalo loo nto leyo.
But on the language used, subs itself in the presentation, or just a minute.
Ucela nje umzuzwana.
Commissioner, just to make sure that I understand your answer, do you accept that the presentation itself is replete with references to scene 1 and scene 2? Do you accept that?
Uyamkela ke into yoba njengoba bebhale phaa kolu xwebhu lamapolisa babhala bebebhekisa kwisehlo sokuqala nesesibini?
Yes, I do. But I also want to say, we have developed over the journey that we have traveled. Language, it's been an evolving language. We define things to achieve commonality. Issues of scene 2, scene 1, we've migrated as a community of this commission to build a language. And this is why I say, yes, it could be, based on the fact that I'm mentioning that it has been a process of developing a common understanding and bringing common definitions and common wording.
Ndithi bekunoba njalo kaloku ngenxa yoba njengoba sikule commission nendlela ebesithetha ngayo siye sasuka kule yokuba sithi isehlo sokuqala kanye sesibini kodwa ngendlela yoba sikwazi ukuvisisana yiloo nto ndithetha ngendlela endithetha ngayo ke ngoku.
Which then, to use the word that you use, could mean that what you are referring to in the penultimate paragraph of your statement are indeed, rather, yes, the media statement, are indeed events that took place at scene 2. So you accept that?
Ngoko ngamanye amazwi uyamkela kuba le nto ibhalwe apha kule paragraph bendifundile zizinto ezenzeke kwisehlo sesibini, uyamkela leyo?
Or again, you at the very least say, could be.
Okanye uthi kwakhona binoba njalo loo nto?
If I may be allowed, just to read that paragraph so that I can answer you.
Ukuba ke ndingafumana imvume nje ukuba ndiphinde ndifunde le paragraph ndibuyele kuwe emva koko.
And perhaps you may also have to read the paragraph before that.
I'll read it
It's
loud.
3:15. When it's appropriate, we can take the tea break.
It's appropriate now, Mr. Chairman.
It may help the witness too, to give her a chance to read this
Yes.
To read it
during
and
the
talk to
adjournment.
it.
If that's
Yes, Mr. Chair.
very well,
Yes.
we'll take the tea adjournment at this time.
Isayoselithi nojenero lofumana ixesha bazokwazi ukufunda kakuhle.
Resumes. National Commissioner, you still under oath?
Yes.
Mr. Madlanga?
Mr. Mpofu has just signaled to me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just before so that we don't interrupt, there is a small matter that we'd like to dispose of concerning the subpoenaed people. If the Chair will remember that they had been remanded for yesterday, the 18th, when we were not sitting. What has happened is that because of that confusion, 2 of them are not here, 4 are here. And when we were negotiating with our colleagues to deal with that situation, it has now become academic in the sense that the decision has been made by the evidence leaders in any event to withdraw the subpoenas. So what we propose to do, Chairperson, subject to confirmation by our colleagues, is simply to address those that are here, and we will then, the other 2 that are not here, we will convey to them the decision. Thank you, Chairperson.
Hold up. Or are you just happy that you and Mr. Madlanga can perhaps speak to them after we adjourn? And will you see that they paid their witness fees for coming today?
Yes, Chairperson, we will. Thank you.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku la manqina ayi-6 kwakufuneke eze izolo i-evidence leaders abasabafuni ngokuba baze bazonika ubungqina apha bayasikhuphiswa
You have to worry about the present witness. I'm sure she will be looked after.
abane bakhona babini abekho kuba kodwa bazabuphumyalezo into yoba busofuneka okanye busadinga ubungqina babo kule commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National Commissioner, I'm sure you have considered the paragraphs that I referred you to, but can I apologize and say that I want to take you back to the matter relating to Mr. Myberg, just to ask 1 or 2 questions around that, and I will then move back to where I had taken you, that is to the media statement.
Ndiyaxolisa kuloo ndawo ke commissioner ndisafuna ke sibuyele kwi-statement esenziwe kuMyberg mhlawumbi ndiza kubuza imibuzo emibini okanye omnye apho siphinde sibuyele kwakule ndawo besisesikuyo ngoku.
Commissioner, I like to refer to what you did in respect of the tampering report at scene 2. The very fact that I refer to a tampering report, after you had instituted an investigation, you actually got a formal report in writing. You confirm that?
Enjengoba ucela into yoba makwenze uphando uye wenzelwa ingxelo ke ngoku ebhalwe phantsi ngalo mba ke ngoku wesehlo sesibini injalo loo nto?
Yes.
Ewe.
The investigation having been done by Major General Johnson and the report itself being signed by, I think, Lieutenant General, I think that's the rank, and the name is Mono, I think it's M-O-O-N-O, or yes.
Uthi ke le ngxelo leyo yayibhalwe nguMajor General Johnson kodwa waye watyikitya uLieutenant uMonno.
You confirm that?
It is true.
Uthi General Inyaniso leyo.
Now, did you receive anything approximating that? Did you receive anything with the appearance of a formal and written report in respect of the issue that Mr. Myberg had raised?
Ngalento ke ngoku yayithethwa nguMyberg uke wanikwa ingxelo ebhalwe phantsi na?
I did not receive anything written down, but I received feedback, and the statement is also part of that feedback.
Zange ndifumane ingxelo ebhalwe phantsi kodwa ke ndaye ndanikwa ndachazwa ingxelo uba kwenzeke ntoni kwaye ke ngoku i-statement esenziweyo yinxalenye yalo ngxelo ndifumeneyo.
I'm sorry to appear to belabor this, And the feedback, was it by both Generals Mbombo and Naidu, or was it by only one of them?
Nengxelo ayifumanayo ke ngokwayifumana kuGeneral Mbombo noGeneral Naidu kanye omnye wabo wayifumana komnye wabo.
The feedback was from General Mbombo, and I took it that because they were tasked both, they would invariably have been involved in the process.
Ke yayivela ku General Mbombo kodwa ngendithanda into yoba inxeba babenikwe lo msebenzi wabini basebenzisana ekwenzeni okanye ukuqhubela lo ngxelo leyo.
Again, my apologies if I will make you or cause you to repeat what you may have said already. Are you in a position to give us details of the feedback that General Mbombo gave you on this subject?
Base usiphendule nza ucela uxolo kulena kodwa ungakwazi usinika lo ngxelo sichazele ba wayethini kwingxelo leyo akunika yona uGeneral Mbombo.
I will repeat the issues I have said earlier on.
Ewe ke ndizawuziphinda izinto bendisendizithethile ngaphambili.
That the warrant officer was still not able to point to a person.
I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry, General. It's not in my nature to interrupt a witness in the middle of a response. But I'm not asking you now about the warrant officer, who I assume is Mr. Myberg. Is that so?
Ngoku ke andiceli andikubuzi ke ngalo warrant officer lo uthi wena ungu Myberg injalo nto.
Mr. Myberg is a warrant officer, you say?
Yes.
Yes.
Ewe nguye.
So, I'm not asking you about him now. I'm being specific on what you referred to as feedback. Can you give us details of the feedback that you yourself were given by General Mbombo? What did General Mbombo say to you by way of this feedback?
Ngoku ke andikubuzi ngo warrant officer Myberg, ndikubuza ngale ngxelo tuyifumene ku General Mbombo. Wathini ke kwingxelo yakhe le akunika yona?
I was attempting to give you that feedback.
Bendisenzeka inzame zokuba ndikunike lo ngxelo leyo.
The warrant officer could still not point to a person and identify a person that he was referring to.
Warrant officer ke ngwayenganakwazi nokuthi amkhombe lo mntu wayethetha ngaye.
Are you saying
The
this?
other thing is that further to that, the warrant officer had now written a statement.
Enye ke yokuba warrant officer wayesebhalile ke ngoku statement sakhe.
And then I've also said that that statement had been given to IPID.
Ndiye ndathi saye sagqithiselwa ke ngoku iIPD eso statement.
Oh, thank you. Because you started by referring to the warrant officer, I had no idea that in fact what you were saying was General Mbombo reported to me that the warrant officer and so on and so on. My apologies.
Cela uxolo bendingayazi ba ke ngoku njengoqala ngo warrant officer ozawundiphendula ngendlela ondiphendule ngayo ngoku.
Now let me take you back to your media statement.
Masibuyele ku statement owasenza ke kwintatheli.
And the penultimate or second last paragraph of page 2.
Ku paragraph yesibini yokugqibela phezantsi kuphepha lesibini.
And my question, when you said you would have to look at the paragraph, my question was, and I said I would use the word that you had been using. My question was, could it be that what you are referring to there are the events that took place at scene 2 on 16 August 2012?
Umbuzo bendibuza into ba binto bino ba ilolo hlobo na into kuba esehlo uthetha ngaso pha kule paragraph sisehlo ke sesibini kwizinto ezenzeke phaya.
And I requested to answer you by reading and responding.
Ndiye ndacela ngokuphendula ke ngokuthi ndifunde kuqala ndize ndikuphendule emva koko.
Please.
No, reading and responding.
Ndifunde ndiphendule ke.
Please respond, General.
The paragraph that is here says the dispersion action had commenced at this time, and the armed protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground in the vicinity. When I read that paragraph, it talks about the dispersion action had commenced at this time, which means at the source point, some dispersion was starting to take place, and the armed protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy. High bushy is the second part. So I'd like to understand your question. Which side of this sentence are we talking about?
Is the high bushy ground, which when you read that part with the sentence that follows, which says the police encircled it, is that high bushy ground that was encircled not at scene 2?
Uthi ndawo befuna uqonda ke ngoku commissioner kule ndawo kuthiwa inamahlahla amakhulu ngokufuna uqonda ke ngoku befuna uqonda loo nto uthi ke ngoku yile ndawo le apho kuthiwa ke ngoku barhanqwa khona beyazi into yokuba le ndawo okanye kule ndawo kuthiwa isehlo sesibini senzeke khona na.
And I have said yes, it could be.
Ndithe ke ewe binoba njalo loo nto.
Now I'll take you to the last two sentences of that paragraph, and you should listen to them in the context that what they must surely mean is that what is stated in them, that is the two sentences, is something that took place at scene 2. I will proceed to read. The militant group stormed towards the police, firing shots and wielding dangerous weapons.
Uthi ke ngoku ndizawufinda kule ndawo yesibini ebonisayo into yokuba kwisivakalisi sibathetha ngesehlo sesibini liqela libonakala lilwa londa ngamapolisa lidubula amapolisa linezixhobo ezinobungozi.
And the next sentence reads, police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves.
Kuthiwa amapolisa ebuya umva kwayanyanzeleka into yokuba asebenzise amandla angaphezulu kuba azikhusele agqithiseleyo.
And that too you accept in context must be or could be a reference to sin 2.
Uyayamkela nalento lichazwe apha into yokuba kubhekiswa kwisehlo sesibini.
Yes, it could be.
Binoba injalo loo nto.
You will recall that I said that my next questions are still in the context of what you said, which is that you stand, even as of today, you stand by what you said in the media statement. So you even stand by what these two sentences say.
Kumbuzo bendikubuzile uthe ku media statement usamile kule nto buyithetha na kulo paragraph kanye isivakalisi inqobo sifunda ngoko usamile kule nto na.
To the best of my knowledge, with the facts that I was given at that time, I still stand.
Ngenxa yenkcazelo endayinikwa nolwazi endinalo ndithi ke ndisami kuyo loo nto leyo.
You still say that it is fact that the militant group stormed towards the police, and this is what I emphasize, firing shots. You say that to you continues to be fact, and you stand by it. Sin 2.
Kule ndawo ke usehlakalo sesibini kuthiwa ke ngeliqela lisilwa la londa ngamapolisa lidubula lona ndifuna ukubuza ke into okubana usami kuloma usawathetha lo mazwi lawo na usatsho nangoku.
Chair, I object. The witness has told us how the information on this press statement was compiled. She told us that she is not accounting as an eyewitness to any of those statements, that there are people who are commanders who gave that information to her. We also know that she was not present when these events happened at the scene. To then ask her whether she still insists on this to be fact or not is completely unfair.
kuthiwa into engafanelekanga xa kuthiwa usami kulo mazwi leyo ngoba kuthiwa wayengekho yena phayana ugeneral kwaye ayisolingqina lam elalibone ngamehlo alo bakhona abantu ababephaa nje babetshile into bebenokuthetha loo nto leyo abo bantu abo.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I asked the question right at the beginning, and I used the words without qualification. What other word did I use? But basically, whether she says this is what happened, and she's not even willing to qualify it. That was one of the questions that I raised with the witness when I first introduced the subject. Yes, it is so. It is so that not only in response to this, but in response to a whole lot of other questions, she did refer to her commanders. But as she is testifying here today, she has indicated that she, as General Phiyega, is willing to say that she continues to stand by. She went so far, Mr. Chairman, she went so far as to say that unless other facts were to be suggested to her, and for as long, effectively therefore, for as long as there was no such suggestion of new facts to her, she continued, or rather she continued to stand by what she has said in this statement.
The problem can be solved, if there is a problem, by using the phrase that was used before, to the best of her knowledge. And she did say earlier that to the best of her knowledge,
yes,
these are the facts.
Yes.
And obviously, she can't say categorically that happened, because she, as she says, she wasn't there.
Yes, yes,
she can only rely on the information she was given.
Yes.
But the point you're making is, as I understand it,
yes,
that, although you don't quite phrase it that way,
yes,
that she still says that to the best of her knowledge, those are the facts. And if,
yes,
if
yes,
those words are inserted, I think the problem falls away. So please proceed on that basis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Njengoba betshilo nayo into yokuba into ayithethileyo commissioner nangona wayengekho phaa kodwa ke ngendlela wathi waxelwa ngayo naye yinto ayaziyo okanye indlela ayazi ngayo ngoba zizinto awazixelayo ngaphandle uba bekhona enye into engenye bingaziswa ithethwa phaa ngaphambili.
To the best of your knowledge, those are the facts, and for that reason, you stand by what you said in this press statement, in particular, that a group stormed towards police, and I underline, firing shots. You stand by that.
I must still register the objection. Must still register. Those are the facts as were relate to her. You can't ask this witness whether that's factually correct.
He's not doing that. He's saying to the best of her knowledge, those are the facts.
No, I'm objecting to the question.
He added that obviously if other facts come to your knowledge later which contradict that, then there'll be different. But please proceed.
I'm objecting to the question, not to her answer.
No, I know
the question is, do you still stand by that fact? I'm saying this witness cannot account for facts.
Mr.
I think Mr. Semenya is semantically correct. I think you can alter the phraseology of the question in a way that will allow you to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see this unfairness. I just do not. It is the commissioner who stood before this nation, and indeed the world, because this was a matter of interest to the world as a whole. She stood there, and she is the one who owned what is contained in this press statement. I accept that obviously she was not there, she does not have first-hand information, which is why I am not saying to her, is this what actually happened? I am asking her what her view is of what she said to the nation and the world on the day. Is she saying today, I continue to say so even today? That is all that I'm asking this witness, and I do not for the life of me understand the objection.
Let me rephrase the question. On the basis of what you know at this stage, do you still stand by the statement that you made?
ngenxa yento sewuyivile ke ngoku usayithetha le nto uyithethayo usayitsho le nto ibhalileyo okanye uyithetha apha kwistatement sakho na.
Judge, I have said to the best of my knowledge, and the facts that were presented to me, I would still say those were the facts that I presented on the 17th.
I think that's the answer that you sought, Mr. Madlanga. I suggest you proceed.
uthi ngokwazi kwam ke zizinto ke okanye inkcazelo endithe ndayifumana kwaye inkcazelo endithe ndayifumana ngalo mhla we-17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And your microphone on, but you have a look on your face that indicates that you may want to say something.
Chair, I'm completely lost in the debate. I have to ask the good general questions in time, and if I don't follow the debate, I can't ask. As I understand the evidence is, the General goes and she speaks to the world on the 17th of August. She gives a version. She says, to the best of her knowledge, that was correct. Those facts she sends into the world. Then comes an affidavit by the good warrant officer. She's now asked by my learned friend, as I understand it, do you stand by that statement today? You've had new facts coming to you. You have an affidavit by the warrant officer, do you stand? She says she stands by the facts as of the 17th of August. Now, I don't follow that. I thought the question was, do you stand today by the press statement? And I don't know what the answer to that is.
So that in the affirmative, on the basis that on the facts known to her, she still stands by the statement. But so I think that that's the way one should understand it. And I suggest that if you don't understand it, you can talk to the evidence leaders afterwards and they'll explain to you. Please carry on, Mr. Miller.
Kuthiwa uyiphendulile lo mbuzo lo afuna uqonda usenior council Phiyega xa engakhonto angayiqondisisiyo uzawubuza ke i-evidence leaders ngaloo nto leyo bamphendule.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Mr. Berger has actually captured the point. Now, Commissioner, there are the new facts or allegations, Mr. Semenya. I see the red light on. Allegations by Mr. Myberg. I'm going to take you to some other material.
You deal with that. Can I just go back to Mr. Mayberg for a moment? Mr. Mayberg, you say, couldn't identify the person. He didn't know his name, he couldn't identify his face. But he made allegations about an unknown policeman who behaved, according to him, in a particular way. And so that the fact that one can't find out who it was, although, as we've seen, it's not necessarily as difficult as you were led to believe, but the fact one can't identify the policeman concerned doesn't mean that one has to reject in total the possibility of the accuracy of the general statement being not correct. So that's the difficulty I have about that. But anyway, perhaps that can be followed up by Mr. Madlanga. I think the point is clear.
Ucimba siyicacisile ke loo nto befuna icacise ngakumbi lo mntu abuza ngaye kuthiwa wayengaziwa kwaye kuthiwa kwakhona kungaba lula into yokuba azofumaneka lo mntu lowo uzayicacisa ke na usenior councillor Madlanga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will look at the transcript in that regard, but I seem to recall that I did refer to standing by them with or without qualification. So that's all. She might well still stand by what she said, but maybe say, now in the light of A, B, C, D, I would qualify what I said by saying Y. The letter Y, that is. Now, anyway, I was at the point, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, where I was saying I would now take the witness to either facts by means of which I would seek to demonstrate that what the witness said in respect of sin 2 may well not have been correct.
Is that going to take some time? Your first fact can take. Now, the reason I say that is it's about 1 minute to 4.
It certainly will, Mr. Chairman. And again, after taking the witness through that, I will ask her whether, as of today, she still says what I said on the 17th of August 2012 to the nation and the world was correct.
She may
Based on the, yes.
On the fact, whether she will say that is a matter to which we will know the answer on Monday morning. I'm going to adjourn these proceedings as far as the hearing of evidence is concerned until Monday at 10 o'clock, because I understand that the National Commissioner is not available to be with us tomorrow because she is required to be at Parliament. But we are going to adjourn the proceedings to have an inspection in loco tomorrow. We're only able to have an inspection in loco at the scene of the events of the 13th. That is to say, we will go to, in fact, the suggestion I make is that we resume the proceedings at the spot near the K3 shaft, the career hostel area, near the railway line, where General Mpembe addressed a group of protesters who were armed with weapons and suggested that they lay them down.
May I make another suggestion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Some of my colleagues may be as bad as I am with directions. Would perhaps the Marikana police station not be the best place to meet? I would imagine it's easier to find, and then from there we then proceed.
I'm proposing to be at the scene, the spot to which I referred, at 9:30.
Thank you, Mr.
Those who
Thank you.
may need assistance of some kind to possibly go to the Marikana police station at 9:15. So what the order I make, insofar as it's an order, is the proceedings stand adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9:30 at the spot near the K3 shaft at the Career Hostel area by the railway line, where General Mpembe addressed a group of the strikers. And we will continue with the evidence of the National Commissioner on Monday morning here in Rustenburg at 10 o'clock.
Into ayithethayo ke ngonkosihlalo apha into yokuba ngomso kuze ujongwa phaa e-K3 ngasesiporweni apho uGeneral Mpembe wayekhona abantu, kodwa ngomvulo ubungqina buka commissioner oyintloko buzawuqhubekeka ngentsimbi yeshumi ngoba uzobe ngekho ngomso khona indawo aya kuyo. Ngoko ke ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba kudityanelwa phaa ngase-K3 ngasesiporweni apho uGeneral Mpembe wayethetha khona kunye nesihlwele esasiphethe izixhobo becela into yobana babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo sibulele mawethu.
Parties are asked to bring their Exhibit B with tomorrow. All parties, please bring your Exhibit B with tomorrow. Please bring your copies of Exhibit B with tomorrow. The crime scene bundle, Exhibit B.